afternoon, honorable ladies and gentlemen. My name is Joshua Aluoch from Konyi.
Good afternoon. I'm Beth, Siango, ODM, and the Vice Chair, CMD. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I also recognize that there are party leaders in the House. Some are already here with us. Others are coming. Allow me first to recognize the political parties liaison committee chair, Bwana Evans Misati. Chama zote ziko chini yake under the Political Parties Act. Kindly wave. I also recognize the party leader of Kenya Social Congress, Bwana Kengere. I'm told we'll be joined by the WIPA party leader, the PNU party leader in the course of the day, and others who will come. There are also notable people within the crowd. Of course, you've heard the voice of Senator Beth Siango, who's our Vice Chair, CMD Kenya. We recognize the presence of Madam Jerry Kabeberi, former Executive Director of CMD Kenya. Thank you very much for bringing the institution to where it is today. Thank you. We recognize Professor Larry Gumbe, former Chair of CMD Kenya. Yes, we recognize the presence of some of our partners, Madam Sheila Masinde, Executive Director, Transparency International. Mr. Davis Malombe, Executive Director, Kenya Human Rights Commission. Mr. Dennis Omondi, the Executive Director of NDI. Mr. Boaz Waruku, Coordinator-in-Chief of Elimubora Group. Mr. Dennis Mbau, Amwick. Ms. Eunice Obath, Amnesty International. And of course, all you notable guests and members who have come here today to join us. We'll recognize all of you as we go along. On account of the timelines, and we were supposed to begin on time, kindly allow us to go on with the program. Yes, my apologies. Huyo ni mtu wa ODM. Yes, the Executive Director of ODM, Chama Kubwa, Mr. Odorwen. My sincere apologies. EBS. Yes. Mr. David Osiang, my former schoolmate. Karibu sana. Asante sana. Nimeona very many notable people. Bwana Suba Churchill, nimemjua miaka mingi. Thank you very much for coming. Allow us to rush on with the program. Bwana Kwamchetsi, I will hand over the microphone to you. Asante.
I know when I'm dealing with politicians, there's a lot of insistence on protocol. And that is the costs that I failed in international relations. So I think we are going to have to find a way to compromise, because at my age, I don't think that you can take me back to school. You know that adage about old dogs and new tricks. So let me sort of just begin at the top. We meet here to honor the Right Honorable Raila Odinga on International Human Rights Day. This year, this is the 75th time that the world is marking International Human Rights Day. And the theme is our everyday human rights, our everyday essentials. We couldn't probably find a more auspicious day to celebrate the life of the Right Honorable Raila Odinga, because International Human Rights Day is a moral checkpoint to measure the distance between the promise of human rights and the lived reality. But even as we do those measurements, I think the other more important thing is to celebrate the courage of those who have stood between communities and tyranny, and those who refuse to be intimidated. I think you know, this is sounding like somebody you know. When I talk about courage and people refusing to be intimidated, that does sound like somebody who is familiar. Yeah. So I think the coincidence of us marking this day or celebrating this day in honor of Raila Odinga is that human rights is the fuel of democratic breakthroughs in every peaceful society. Is the conscience of reform, is the act of resistance to shift the world forward. When you have a program in front of you that says some things, but because of exigencies of moving around in Nairobi, we will shift some things around a little and begin with some of the things that have been listed a little later, just so that we don't keep you waiting, but everything is going to be covered, everything will be covered. And so I'm going to jump right into the midsection, where my colleagues from the human rights community get to come and speak first. And the reason for that is just also to help us frame why we are even holding this celebration and why we think that the late Raila Odinga is such a beacon of this celebration of human rights. This is the last apology I will make on behalf of the moderators. We've made an apology on time. We've made an apology about changing the program. I saw the executive director of the Kenya Human Rights Commission in the room earlier, but he was overwhelmed. He's having a health challenge. He was overwhelmed and he needed to step away so that he can go and get medical attention. But he has not left us alone. He has left us with the deputy director of the Kenya Human Rights Commission, that is Cornelius Odo. So I would like to invite Cornelius to be the first one to come and make his remarks. In the context, as I know this is an ambush, Cornelius, yeah, but you're always ready. And the reason we are sort of framing this conversation this way is when the chair of CMD comes to speak, one of the things I can do, and I like backbiting people, so one of the things that I can do is to tell you that the Honorable Kirito Murungi is a founder member of the Kenya Human Rights Commission. So this conversation about human rights in Kenya, which began around 1992 in exile, is a conversation that Raila Odinga was very, very much a part of the struggle and the life of Raila Odinga. And what a pleasure then, therefore, to find that that institution is still standing for the very, very same values and rights and ideals that many people made sacrifices to start. So Cornelius, if you are available, let me ask you to step into shoes that you are used to stepping into regularly. Please welcome Cornelius to the stage.
Good afternoon. Yeah, I'm Cornelius Odo, Deputy Executive Director, Kenya Human Rights Commission. I've been asked to step in for Davis, my boss, who, because of unavoidable circumstances, is not here to make this presentation. So, maybe perhaps about Kenya Human Rights Commission. Kenya Human Rights Commission was established in 1992 by people I consider to be part and parcel of the struggle for the second liberation in Kenya. So when they were exiled in the USA, the idea of forming a human rights organization cropped up. So the entire conceptualization of Kenya Human Rights Commission was done in 1992 in the US, but later on in 1994, the institution was now established in Kenya as a non-government organization, if you remember the 1990 NGO Act. Now, 1992-1994 coincides with the peak for agitation for reforms in this country. And that explains why Kenya Human Rights Commission history cannot be written without linkages with the broader struggle for reforms in Kenya. Now, as you all know, being an non-government organization, there are things we can do as an advocacy group, but there are things that will require engagement with the political class. And it's well written in our legacy that some of the things that we were later to achieve as a country, the broadening of the political space through the overhaul of Section 2A to allow for multi-party democracy, and eventually the fight for constitutional reforms that culminated in the 2010 Constitution, meant that as we pushed for change as civil society, there are things that could only happen when civil society worked closely with progressive political figures. And this is why I want to locate Raila Odinga as somebody who worked very closely with the human rights organization to see to it that we are able to broaden the democratic space. So on many occasions, Kenya Human Rights Commission was working closely with progressive opposition figures, mostly in strategy meetings, mostly in crafting legal and policy reforms that will ultimately then inform the 2010 Constitution. So then we consider Raila Amolo as a human rights defender #1. Because as much as he was very active in the political field, he stood for social justice. And Raila lived that life all the time, as much as he was in the executive, sometimes in the political parties, but had not lost touch with the ordinary mwananchi. And that explains why Raila will easily gel with the local population, grassroots communities, because he spoke the language of social justice. He did the politics that ultimately was to benefit those very vulnerable people in the society. So his fight for constitutional change and the role that Kenya Human Rights Commission played in the civil society sector more or less complemented each other. So as we sat with the political parties in boardrooms, in the bombers, and in other spaces, these meetings and outcomes of these meetings largely informed what will ultimately be in our constitution. Of course, this benefited a lot from comparisons of constitutions across the world, and I know largely Kenyan constitution also borrowed largely from the South African framework. So I stand here to say that Raila fought for democracy, fought for human rights, but he fought for it differently, both in the political cycles and even in the human rights arena. I just want to draw reference to our visit last 2 or 3 weeks ago, when as civil society we paid a visit to Mama Ida. At first, I got this feeling that Mama Ida did not quite understand where we were coming from. But when she got the connection between the kind of work we do and how Raila was critical in that work, I think she was very much excited. And one of the things that they did say, that as they do the library now at the Konyi Jaramogi, they will dedicate a chapter in the write-up about Raila Odinga and the civil society groups. So as we commemorate this and looking forward, I think it behoves us as civil society organization, political parties, to continue cherishing those very, very values of social justice, human rights, non-discrimination, even as we organize and aspire to lead this country. I think the best that we can do to honor the late Honorable Raila Odinga is to live by those very, very aspirations that he stood for, he fought for so many years. With those few remarks, thank you very much, and I wish you a fruitful discussion.
Thank you very much, Cornelius. I know I ambushed you, but Davis fell ill, and that is what deputies do. It's just they carry the load when the bosses are not there. This is an interesting space. The Center for Multi-Party Democracy is an interesting and important space because sometimes you occupy this space as a multi-party democracy and take it for granted. But the struggle for Kenya to be and to remain a multi-party democracy has been long. It goes back very, very many years. It has taken many iterations. I remember, I think, well, I wasn't there, but the history remembers that there was an attempt to form a union in 1966 called the Kenya People's Union, which was frustrated. And then thereafter, there have been many, many, many other attempts. And so you find, I think, some of the membership in the room, they have names like Alliance, Union, Forum, Congress, Trust, and all those iterations just, they mirror the struggle to keep alive public voice, public political voice. And political parties are such an important channel for public voice that runs through the life of Raila Amolo Odinga, because all those names that I was mentioning about Trust, Congress, Forum, Union, Alliance are timelines. They are timelines in Raila Odinga's life, because he was actually involved in all of them around 1969. He was setting up the Europe chapter of KPU. When he was in exile in 1992, he was setting up the Ford branch for Europe, and so on and so forth. And so many of us are beneficiaries of that effort. So the importance of the political party cannot be gainsaid. However, there was also a recognition that political voice only goes so far. There is also civic voice. And he said a lot of things about what people in civil society do or ought to do. And for one of, it's amazing, I think, that there are I cannot recall a moment when Raila and civil society were at different positions. Their positions seemed to align a lot. I bring now the benefit of my few years' experience. I'm looking at Prof. and Odor, who have slightly longer memories. And now I don't want to sound like I'm a little old. I'm probably younger than that. However, Raila Odinga was the first person to start a private prosecution for corruption. And in the room today, we have the SAR, the anti-corruption SAR, the sheriff at Transparency International, and we know what they do at Transparency International. But they run on the fuel. They run on the fumes and the fuel of what Raila Odinga planted in taking George Saitoti, no offense to KANU members and other parties that he belonged to thereafter, but he took George Saitoti to court in an attempt to get to the bottom of the Golden Back affair. I would like to invite Sheila Masinde, and as she comes to the stage, I would just like to recognize her and Okoa Uchumi Coalition, who just published a people's audit. It's a coalition of many, many civil society organizations, and they are bringing economic conversations into our living rooms. So I would like to just invite Sheila to come and speak about her experience and what civil society sees Raila Odinga as doing and being. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much, Kwam. Viva Baba, viva! Long live Baba's spirit, long live. Thank you very much. As Kwam has introduced me, my name is Sheila Masinde. I work at Transparency International Kenya. But even before I went to do what I do at TI Kenya, I have always been an active citizen, and I must say that I was quite inspired by my Member of Parliament. And my Member of Parliament for actually 20 years, my Member of Parliament of Langata constituency was Baba Raila Amolo Odinga from 1992 up to 2013. And he inspired a lot of us as our Member of Parliament. So first and foremost, I always regard him as my MP. Of course, he did many, many big things in this country and in this continent other than representing the people of Langata. I always also say that the first political rally I attended in 1992 as a 10-year-old was that of Raila, when he just announced his intention to run for parliament in Langata. And many of us young kids growing up in those estates were quite excited because we'd always heard about this man, the son of Jaramogi, who had been detained through and through. And we just wanted to see him. We just wanted to see him. How does this man look like? He's been, shuffled in and out of detention, and we were quite curious. And the first time we heard that he was having a rally in one of the fields in Langata, we actually sneaked away from home just to go to see him. And I think that is when a lot of us started following his work and just really admired what he was doing for Kenyans. I was asked to speak about Baba, the human rights champion, the civic actor, because for us, that's what he really was. And we had a moment, as Cornelius has said, to memorialize him and celebrate him 2 weeks ago when we visited Kangoka Jaramogi with many of our colleagues, and also had a day-long, almost day-long visit with Ida, where we exchanged a lot in terms of the relationship and also the experiences that we had with Baba. I always regard, looking at the work that I do in anti-corruption, I regarded Baba as almost an entire anti-corruption institution, because he did more than what we as TI Kenya do. Because we say we create citizen demand for accountability, we create opportunities for citizens to provide oversight, we receive corruption reports, we whistleblow, we receive reports from whistleblowers, we talk about debt and corruption, money laundering, illicit financial flows. And when I look back at Baba's statements or Baba's actions against corruption, he did this and much more. There are many times actually, and I've also just spoken to some of my predecessors, there are many things that we didn't feel safe saying, especially in the early years of the work that we are doing. When corruption was still said in harsh tones, in corridors, we had presidents who wouldn't dare even admit that we had a problem of corruption. And even for us as civic actors, there are some cases you didn't want to touch. And many times those cases, those files, those documents found themselves in Baba's hands. We would provide sometimes information which we felt, this one, if we need someone else to cut and raise on it before we come and do our press conferences and demand and threaten or go to court, sometimes you needed him. You needed him to raise that curtain so that you could be able to speak about the issues that needed to be addressed. I also quite remember the times when he would do a lot of press statements at his, I don't know if it was at his Capitol Hill office, but many times when he would come and just give his concerns, well documented. And one thing we really admired about him is that when he came to talk about an issue, he came with facts and figures. Of course, we know that sometimes we would give him some of that information so that, you know, he could raise the curtain, as I've said. But we really admired his courage and his resilience and really his commitment to issues around accountability. And that's why I say, when I look at Baba, he was an anti-corruption institution, and also looking at the other work that he did, because my colleagues and I had a moment to reflect upon his work on elections, for instance, looking at all those cases that he was able to take to court. It wasn't just about him being denied, you know, victory or being, you know, raising issues around botched elections or you know, processes or procedures that weren't followed according to the law. It was really just about setting critical precedents, which we are now using to ensure that certain processes like elections are better managed in Kenya, so that there's credibility and there's legitimacy in the outcomes. So we really admire that effort that he made towards all areas of democracy, human rights, and governance. In remembering Baba, one of the things that we did 2 weeks ago is, and I think you can see as on the screen, we compiled a number of his quotations across different thematic issues: corruption, elections, democracy, human rights, and other key areas where he made a lot of contributions, because we felt that we wanted to memorialize and remember those things that he said that we need to remember with clarity and with the same conviction in which he made some of those statements. And I hope that CMD will be able to share that booklet. I don't know whether they managed to reprint it or at least share it in soft copy, so that you can all be able to just remember the words that he said. We're able to give this booklet as a memorialization from civil society to Ida, to Mama Ida, when we visited, and we hope that that's one of the booklets that she'll be able to use, the family will be able to use in their library. One of the key quotes that we have captured in that booklet, and I'll read it out, is on the issue of corruption, which I said he spoke a lot about. And I'll just read. The key to ending systemic corruption in this country is in the laws we are beginning to implement. Our constitution today demands the highest standards of leadership and integrity of officers. This is what we must uphold. The steps we are taking to reform our judiciary, and which I hope will be reflected in all of the key public institutions, appear to me to hold the future for our country with regard to corruption. Parliament, together with the government, that I think he meant the executive, has a responsibility to the public to uphold the principles of integrity, accountability, and transparency. And let us be uncompromising in the application of these demands. I really hope that as a country, we can live through and really commit to that call to action that Baba repeatedly made in regard to transparency, accountability, and integrity. I also want to just read a section of the forward that we also made in the book as a collection of civil society organizations, as we just remembered some of the work that Baba did, which touched on all our areas of work. In the quest for Kenya's democratization, the Right Honorable Raila Odinga remained a steadfast champion, supporter, and partner with non-state actors, even in the face of unparalleled abuse, threats, and violation of human rights, including his very own. Throughout his political career, and in particular through regular convening of the Prime Minister's Civil Society Roundtable. He played an instrumental role in expanding the democratic governance space and the protection of human rights and dignity. CSOs, international and local non-governmental organizations in Kenya cherish this and many other fond memories of Honorable Odinga, showed through his words and actions, that in the past, that the pursuit of freedom and a democratic society are earned through the courage, the compassion, conviction, and resilience of a society's citizenry. He was a powerful leader for democracy, and his legacy for Kenya and for democratic governance in the continent will be long-lasting. He planted seeds that we can already see the trees are growing, looking at the people that he has left behind, both in civil society, in the political space, and many other spaces, who are holding that, burning that flame alive, that flame that he lit in the pursuit of democracy. We will, of course, miss his voice in terms of the call he made to us to action for accountability, but we also recognize that he did a lot for this country, and we can only pray that he continues to rest in power. I want to end there, but I just also want to encourage the people, his family. I can see Winnie has walked in. Karibu sana, Winnie. And his political party and many other actors, that we hope that we can continue to work in that same spirit, and we can continue to fight for democracy. We always say that Baba started a journey, and we jokingly say that he was to take us to Canaan. I don't know how many people feel that they're in Canaan yet, but there's a big section of this country that feels we are not yet there. He took us a great distance in that journey towards democracy, towards accountability, towards constitutionalism, and everything else, all those values and principles that he fought so hard. He fought so hard, we even for the first time had them entrenched in our constitution. He gave us a good direction, but that journey is unfinished. He left us in good stead, and I really hope that we can continue to work together to complete that journey in memory of Baba. Viva Baba, viva. Long live Baba spirit, long live. Thank you.
Sheila, thank you very much. Please just appreciate her as she takes her seat. I hope you're warming up. I hope you're warming up as, you know, some of those memories come to life. I would like at this point to recognize the presence of the chair of Center for Multi-Party Democracy. I get confused, Mheshimiwa. You know, I thought that honorable is a very big title, but now this His Excellency. So, but he bears both. I like honorable because I think it describes a character that I can associate with you. So the Honorable Kirito Murungi is just joined us. I also would like to recognize the presence of the Honorable Winnie Odinga, member for the East African Legislative Assembly. And please, thank you very much. Thank you for appreciating them. We love them, and we welcome them in our midst. We are going to have one more speaker before we have a music interlude from the 5Cs band, and then now we get into the serious meat. If you come from a sort of a lower middle class to not middle class family, you know, when you are eating, you start with the vegetables and then you keep the meat. You keep the meat until the end, and you hope that there's no darkness and you don't have naughty siblings who will take the lone piece of meat from your plate. So we are keeping the meat for the middle, but for now, we've had a few things that Sheila and Cornelius spoke about Baba. And I think he transformed this country. He built institutions, he built cultures, but there was also a thing about, he built us as citizens. And I was earlier talking about a public audit that I saw this week. And Sheila was one of the people at the head of it. Another chief suspect who produced that public audit of debt in Kenya is in the house. And I think that the Okoa Uchumi public audit is one of the demonstrations of what citizen agency can mean. Baba was one of those people who not only led from the front, but also inspired people to be the change. And I think we are beginning to see a bit of that. And so I'm going to invite Diana Gisheno. During the day, she's the executive director of the Institute for Social Accountability. In the evenings, she causes problems by publishing reports like the one I've just mentioned. Please welcome Diana Gisheno to the stage.
Thank you very much, Kwamchetsi. Kwamchetsi is an editor, and I suspect he's an auditor of such newspapers. Good afternoon. No, protocols first. I'll stand on the protocols established and start by recognizing the chair of Center for Multi-Party Democracy, Honorable Kirito Murungi, and all other representative of parties, then Honorable Winnie Odinga, all representatives of the people, colleagues from the civil society, active citizens, and lately I like to ensure that we greet each other as good afternoon taxpayers. Good afternoon taxpayers. Mmekubali hiyo salamu. Baba would have endorsed salamu ya walipa ushuru. And I stand here, yes, as the executive director of TISA, but somebody who interacted with Baba on several fronts during campaigns, but also during moments when this nation needed leadership, significant leadership of minorities. Baba stood up, and I hope they're in the room, with the Nyayo torture chamber victims, prisoners of conscience who have their headquarters up here in Kabete. Jerry would know them very well, but I fondly remember in the run-up to the 2022 election when Baba visited a home in Kabete. And the protocol team came na wakaanza kukagua masahani, not knowing that Baba was right behind them. He knew all the mothers of the sons who were detained by name. So aliwaambia, akiwachana na mama Kangeve, hawezi niroga, nitakula kutoka kwa hiyo sahani. This is right at the heart of Kabete. He did not fear. He was not worried about connecting with his friends, despite the fact that the people who were around there were more aligned to his competitor. And I see Suba here. Notably, and I know Sophie and Tim are here, that day Baba sang Wimbo wa Mapambano 5 times. He sang Wimbo wa Mapambano 5 times. Every time people would narrate what the Mwakenya movement had done, he would listen in a very thoughtful way. From the 70s, 80s, these were his friends. They had told each other these stories through and through. Then, you know, like how you have a pambio in church. The pambio during this particular visit was Wimbo wa Mapambano. I happen to have worked in this country with people who are known as stateless persons. Stateless persons are people who, for the longest time, and because of the history of colonialism, how they get into the country, out. They are significantly marginalized. A stateless person has no identity. They don't exist. And whereas we trekked to State House to meet the President, Uhuru Kenyatta, before, Baba had told us, please make sure you help as many stateless communities in this country to get an ID. Sometimes I get offended when I hear the stories of Northern Kenya and the vetting of IDs. Because the one person who really spoke about why we need to foster inclusion of all the areas, including Northern Kenya, for the longest time and consistently, was Baba Raila Odinga. Please, let us memorialize his history and what he stood for in the best way possible. In the best way possible. When it was time to align, we never struggled as civil society, because the things we stood for was what Baba stood for. I work at TISA. We love devolution. We have been to Supreme Court. Now we are in the Court of Appeal on the CDF. What did Baba say on CDF? There are numerous instances where he has pleaded with members of parliament, please just do your work of oversight, representation, and legislation. Let CDF money remain with the governors and the communities. That was Baba. Baba even believed in one county, one product. Hamko mnafuata kampeni ya Baba, by the way? From Baba Care. One county, one product. Baba hated provincial administration. He was very clear that this is what we needed to emancipate ourselves from. There are rumors that is why they couldn't cooperate with him in 2022. Those are rumors. But he always stood for devolution and bringing resources and power closer to the people. Will that dream die now that we are seeing 12 years of devolution and we are yet to transfer and unbundle functions? If anything, the summit now comes together to discuss how we will retain more resources at the national level, be it health, be it market. Surely Baba fought for something that is worth all of us fighting for, so that we finally realize the dream that he had for us. Finally, on debt. And hapa kila mtu mwenye ako na chama, nimekuja na gazeti ambayo tunasoma hii wiki, inaitwa The People's Audit. Imesambazwa kwa kila meza, and I will make sure I give it to the newspapers, to the delegates who are here. The People's Audit just finds we are where we are in a debt crisis because of corruption, which we are just calling, it's a nicer name. Kwamchetsi taught me that corruption does not exist in our vernacular language. Is that so? Yeah? Right? I can, now I will not lie. I have seen people who know me for many years. I will not lie. Corruption does not exist in our vernacular. And Baba, when he spoke about debt, he said, what we are doing to the children we have and the unborn children is satanic. Ni ushetani kabisa. Because we are creating a generation of millions away from us, the realization of human rights. I would have spoken to education, health, but imagine paka polisi hawana pesa. Sababu ya ni deni, but deni ndio iko hapa juu. Chini ni sababu ya wizi. And I'm told EACC is disputing a figure we have of 3 billion. We are saying we are losing 3 billion every year. This figure was first calculated by the Kenya Association of Manufacturers last year. Cumulatively, what we lose is 3 billion a day. 3 billion a day. We borrow about the same amount every day. If we were not losing money to corruption, to theft, we would not be in debt. So whether you sell Safaricom or
Okara of the Kenya National Interface Team, Ms. Caroline Gaita, Mzalendo Trust, my brother Irungu Houghton, ED Amnesty International Kenya, Ms. Masi Mwangi, Executive Director of Kenya Women Parliamentarians Association, Mr. Dennis Bundi, of the National Cohesion and Integration Commission, I think this representation from Strathmore, Inuka, Nisisi, Youth Agenda, Kipra, CIAG, Kenya. I can't recognize Diana, she's just been here. Mr. Namusiule Stephen, Executive Director, Ford Kenya, and the Honorable Jeremiah Kioni, Secretary General of Jubilee Party. Karibuni sana. We've dealt with the vegetables, but now we must have soup. So I'm going to invite 5 Cs. We have 2 bands playing for us. The first ones who are playing are called Tamasha, and they did a very good job, and we'll have them again. But we were remiss not to mention that there are 2 bands, and 5 Cs are also here. So we'd like them to just produce a bit of mchuzi, and then as they are getting to the top, we are getting ready now to listen to the meat of the occasion, as they find their way to the front. And CMD has been around for a while, and they are pillars. They are pillars of this institution. I'll just run through very, very quickly because I'm preparing the honorable. I insist on the honorable. I know it's His Excellency, but I insist on the honorable. Here there was the Professor Amkoa Anangwe, who was chair. Then there was Professor Apollo Njonjo, Professor Larry Gumbe. All these are former chairs. There was the Honorable Justin B. Muturi, Omingo Magara, Abushiro Halake, Honorable Priscilla Nyokabi, and now the man of the hour. But before we get there, I'll just invite 5 Cs, please. It's your moment.
Joey! Hatukumbuki Joey? Joey! Thank you so much. Karibu sana, Sophie.
Oh yeah, yeah, hey. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Hey, oh yeah, yeah, hey. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Hey, hey. Oh yeah, yeah, hey. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Hey, oh yeah, yeah, hey. Oh yeah.
We greet you all in the name of peace, freedom, and democracy for all of us. Our sincere and warmest gratitude goes to the millions of our compatriots and to those in every corner of the globe who have relentlessly supported our struggles for liberty against oppression, exploitation, and poverty. We salute the rank and file members of all formations of mass democratic movements, political parties, religious communities, and the working classes of our countries. We cannot forget the young people of this nation. The young people of this nation. We pay particular tribute to our gallant youth, the Gen Zs of this country, who continue to fight for the struggles that we have somehow left the gap in between.
Oh yeah, yeah, hey. Oh yeah, 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 hey. Oh yeah, yeah, hey. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
We greet you mothers, any mother in the house or sisters.
wives and sisters of our nations, you are the rock-hard foundation of our struggle. Many evil and brutal systems have inflicted more pain on you than on anyone else. The breath and soul of our nation truly belongs to the people of this nation. We salute you all. Idumu Kenya! The 5-6 Theatre is very happy to be here today. And thanks to our mentors who were there before. We've been here together for 30 years, since 1995. Jerry, we salute you. Today we are here. Odorwen, we remember you. We see all the people, Super Churchill, you're here. The organizations that have built us and we've worked together, CMD, KHRC, NCC. And Diana, you know the gaps and where we've come from and where we're doing. And people keep asking us, hey, mnataka kukua wa shosho kwa hii movement. It's because we've not gotten what Baba wanted us to get. When we were the Gen Zs, Baba used to talk to us a lot. And so he loved the anthem. So now today, in honor of Baba, we'd request each one of you to kindly stand up so we can sing the alternative anthem of the struggle. We say that in every struggle, there must be an alternative. We have the Kenya national anthem that we love, that's a prayer. But we also have the alternative anthem of our struggle because we're in the struggle. So we kindly request you to just stand up and sing along with us if you know the song. Kupigwa na kupokonywa maisha hakutatuzuia sisi wananchi kunyakua uhuru wetu na haki ya jasho letu na haki ya jasho letu. Tumekataa kupiga magoti mbele ya hawa wauaji. Bila shaka sisi pia ni watu, hali ya utumwa tumeikataa. Hali ya utumwa tumeikataa. Tutanyakuwa mashamba yetu, tupiganie uhuru wetu, tuikomboe elimu yetu, utamaduni na viwanda vyetu, utamaduni na viwanda vyetu. Sisi hatutaki kudhulumiwa, hatutaki tena mauaji. Ili kupetu liangushe, haki na uhuru zichanue, haki na uhuru zichanue. Uhuru wetu Kenya wa Kenya, uhuru wetu wa Kenya, tupiganie maisha yetu wa Kenya, maisha yetu wa Kenya, tupiganie katiba yetu wa Kenya, katiba yetu ya Kenya itekelezwe. Ole yo. If you allow us, we'll do one more.
A round of applause to the 5Cs band. Asanteni sana. I think you can remain in place for a few minutes. Kindly allow us to go back to our program. It is with pleasure that I want to invite the chairperson of the Center, CMD, Center for Multi-Party Democracy Kenya, the person who's made this possible today, so that he can give his remarks, given that there is somewhere where he needs to be urgently subsequent to this event. Bwana Honorable His Excellency Kirito Murungi. Thank you. Makofi ya chair, tafadhali.
Asante sana wakili. We don't have to struggle too much about excellencies, honorable, what. Just call me Kirito, and that's good enough. I'm very, very happy. I'm very, very happy to be with you today and seeing some old friends. Our vice chair is here, Senator Siango. A very old friend, Jerry Kabeberi, who actually introduced me to this struggle. I met her, that time she was working for an insurance company, way back in the 70s. And she's the only woman who earned some money. So, she paid fees for Konyi Mwere when he had been detained without trial, not during Moi's time, during Kenyatta's time, the Kenyatta one. And we tried to find out whether she was his girlfriend, but she said she didn't know him. But she felt she had to support him. Can we appreciate her? So allow me to read a short speech which I made. Family of the late Raila Odinga, seen led by Honorable Winnie Odinga, our vice chair, Senator Beth Siango, CMD, board members and staff who have put all this together. Allow me to call you all fellow lovers of democracy. See my good friend, Honorable Yeremia Kioni, is among you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm the chairman of the CMD. I think Mako has read the list of those who went ahead of me, so but I'm currently the chair. And at CMD, we were formed in early 20s, early 2000 and something, with the sole purpose of protecting multi-party democracy in the country. Protecting it, and we do it in two ways: strengthening the capacity of various political parties, and secondly, trying to promote multi-party cooperation in key areas affecting our nation. So we promote the dialogue. You saw us with the PDF, the People's Dialogue Forum, which we had at Uhuru Park with about 3,000 people, and we do it continuously because we don't want the fires of democracy, to die in this country. So, as chair of Center for Multi-Party Democracy, it's my singular honor and pleasure to welcome all of you to this historic occasion where we are celebrating the International Human Rights Day, and under the theme Human Rights, our everyday essentials, by celebrating and honoring the father of multi-party democracy in Kenya, the late Right Honorable Raila Odinga. I've been requested to make a few remarks on Raila the Enigma. And before I do so, this young man, Komcheti, we used to have problems with him when I was a member of parliament, because he used to say that Wananchi don't love us. And we asked him why. He says, no, They're just following you the way flies follow a carcass. So the flies love the dead animal, or they're just following the food. Yeah, so when I came here today, I remember that. So it's not easy for me to talk about Raila as an enigma, because an enigma is a person who is mysterious, a person who is difficult to understand, and a person who is impossible to fully explain. So how am I supposed to talk about that? I think one of the people, a philosopher who has inspired revolutionaries and reformers for centuries is Karl Marx. But I think those who have read closely about Karl Marx, you know, his funeral is the funeral of Karl Marx was attended by only 11 people. And at that time, you know, it was like he had lost, it's like he had lost the spark, the fire, you know, that time. And he stood the risk of even being forgotten. But if you compare him with Raila Odinga, the funeral of Raila Odinga was attended by hundreds of thousands, you know, of Kenyans. And you saw what happened at Kango, Kanjaramogi, making a pilgrimage. A lot of people from all walks of life showed up there. We in CMD were not able to deliver any bulls to Kango Kanjaramogi to show our respect, but we thought we could do this forum as our own way of delivering our bulls for Raila. A lot of things have been said and written about Raila, especially after his death, and I believe a lot more is going to be said. And there will be a debate about Raila and what he stood for, what he said, for many decades to come. I think it could be true to say Raila has been at the center of every political struggle in this country from 1980s until the time of his death. And no Kenyan has made greater personal sacrifices for democracy and freedom in this country more than the late Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. I think this is a fact of history. You might like him or you might dislike him, but you can't change that fact. It is true. Personally, I met Raila in Shimoratewa prison way back in 1984. He had been detained without trial for his alleged participation in planning the aborted coup of 1982. You know, I can give you the inner story. For you to be taken to court for treason, then Kion, you know, you require corroboration from an independent witness. So Raila could not be taken to court because there was no independent witness. Anybody who would have been in court was a person who would either be implicated or not. So there are no evidence to take Raila to court, or even to charge him with treason. So they took a shortcut of detaining him without trial. And those days, even lawyers were not around to see detained people, although there were clear rights in the Constitution. So we had to take the Attorney General to court for us to get an order to be allowed to go and see Raila in Shimoratewa prison, and not know where we were being taken. We were put in a chopper and flew from Wilson Airport, wakapigam around, But finally, they took us to Shimoratewa, and where I found Raila and staged a hunger strike in prison. They are not eaten for a number of days. And he was saying, you rather die rather than eat this food they had. They were giving terrible food. So I remember it was my first time to meet him, and we had quite an argument. And I was telling him, if you die, what do you think Moi would think? Wouldn't Moi be celebrating that you are dead? So we convinced him to eat, survive, so that he can live and fight Moi, another day. So the officer in charge, we asked to see the food he was eating. So they brought eggs and rice, and then so we asked Raila, is this the food you have refused to eat? So Raila said no. So then we said, okay, from now on let him be given this food because you have no problem with it. Because the next time we trying to see him, we were not there, then taking him to Naivasha. So that's how we got to know Raila. And those days, because they had changed the constitution in 1982 to make Kano the only role-of party in the country, and making opposition, any form of opposition, illegal. So there was no other way of removing Moi and Kano from power. So it was legitimate to overthrow him through the force of arms. And for us those days, revolution was acceptable. And in fact, it was the only way of removing live presidents, from power. And we were inspired by other revolutions of the world, Fidel Castro in Cuba. We can read books from Franz Fanon, Che Guevara, all those people. And Raila really liked Fidel Castro. That is why his son was called Fidel. And then near South Africa, near home South Africa, there was Winnie Mandela. That is why this lady is called Winnie. She was called Winnie Mandela. She was called Winnie after Winnie Mandela, so she was a namesake. And even my own children, my son is called Fanon, and my daughter is also called Winnie, after Winnie Mandela. Yeah, so we thought we would remove Moi through a revolution. And that was those like Raila, Konyi, and the others who were trying to do, those days. And then there were very many underground movements, with all manner of names. Until we met a priest in Vika, a German priest. He was called Father Max Stata. He had come from Latin America. And he had seen a lot of coups, the military in that country. And he was telling us the coups and the military takeovers will not be the right way to go. Because it's okay, Moi can be removed through the force of arms. But when the military get in, how are you going to remove them, from power? So a military regime can only be removed through another military coup, isn't it? Even a revolutionary government, once in power, can also be removed only through another revolutionary government. And this would cause a cycle of bloodshed. And Africa will be forever in chaos, anarchy, because of this manner. And that is why the struggle for multi-party democracy became important, because at least there will be a limitation of the terms of the rulers, and there will be a democratic way of removing. You don't like them, you can remove them with the ballot box and all that. So this struggle to change Section 2A, so that we can return to the country back to multipartyism, was informed by our understanding that there's a futility in trying to change through armed struggle. And Raila again became the champion of fighting for this democratic space, for the second liberation. We were younger people. Raila was a few years older, but he was the leader of the young Turks, and we did not have sufficient contact with the people or politics, so we had to work with all the people who were there then, the veterans, Jaramogi himself, Masinde Muliro, and others. It is the struggle for multi-party democracy which introduced us to a country. I have not been in a place like Mandera. I went there in 1992 to campaign for Jaramogi in those days. And I remember when we landed there, instructions were given that we should not sleep in any hotel in Mandera. There was a small hotel there called Red Sea Hotel where we had been booked. But immediately we got in, the manager came out. The hotel was empty, but he came out and told us, "I'm sorry, the hotel is full," but we had already been booked. So we moved on to the Mandera County Hostel, which was owned by the county council. The manager was very, very happy to receive us, and we were taken to our rooms. But immediately after that, we had a woman screaming at the front office, and we came to know her husband had been arrested, and she had been told so long as we were in the hotel, her husband would remain in prison. So she had come to plead with the manager to flush us out of the hotel so that her husband can be released. So eventually we were also pushed out of this hotel. But there was another Muzee, I think was called Ibrahim, who took us to his compound, and it was ward. He bought mattresses for us, and for 4 days we slept under a tree, under a mango tree, in Mandera. That we intended to stay for so many days. The aeroplane which we had chartered to take us to Mandera, when it came back to Nairobi, they were told not to go back. So we were stranded there. Yes. So I don't want to bore you with more of these stories. Finally, the struggle succeeded. We got multi-party democracy, but the structures of KANU were still in place. We were just a democracy on paper. The dictatorship, the chiefs, and whatever continued. So, and although we had been elected to parliament, I remember I myself was caned by an AP in Nyeri as a member of parliament to the chapel. So, I think, the struggle continued for another 10 years or so. Then we tried the elections. Of course, there was sham. We couldn't win. Then we tried to bring the opposition together because Moi was winning with only 30% of the votes. And then we couldn't agree. And when Moi passed on in 1994. Then 1997, we thought Moi had become so unpopular that anybody can defeat him. So that's how Raila, Wamalwa, Ngilu, and the others, all of them stood because we were thinking Moi would be number 4 or number 5. But again, he beat us. And then we started now reorganizing ourselves again. And fortunately this time, Ngiro Wamalwa and Kibaki agreed to support Kibaki for presidency, Omoro for vice. And then Raila had gone into Kanu. He's the one who kicked Kamolo, the Secretary General, out of Kanu. And, of course, he is accused of being compromised, etc., etc. But I met somebody called Sir David Steele. We went to be, we were the election monitors in South Africa when Thabo Mbeki was coming in. So we spent a lot of time with Sir David Steele because he was the leader of our team. And he was a friend of the Raila family for a long, long time. So I asked David Steele, please tell me the truth. How come Raila went to work with Moi? And he told me they had done their own analysis and they are the ones who advised you to work with Moi and try to weaken Kanu from within. Because now, the way we were, we couldn't win. So, and Raila went there, and for sure he shook them because kicking Kamodo out of and becoming the Secretary General of Kanu was not a simple thing. Then Moi handed over to Huru. So it was some bonus for us because this brought Raila brought back with him Kalonzo, Saitoti, and many other people. And so it was very easy for us now to win in 2002. Unfortunately, we fought again among ourselves now. After 2002, the composition of the cabinet, there was a quarrel between, there was a secret MOU, how they had divided seats among themselves, which was not honored. And this is what caused the problems. Many of us didn't know about that secret memorandum. So, and this is what led us to lose the referendum for 2005 for the new constitution, and also caused the post-election violence of 2007, 2008. But now, after the negotiations, Raila came in as Prime Minister. We were ministers with him, and we worked very well with Raila. I was the Minister for Energy. Raila was very passionate about energy because he had Minister for Energy during Moi's time. We traveled with him, and he encouraged me a lot. Raila was an engineer. He understood energy better than me. So he's the one who told me in Europe, those people don't have hydro and the other power which they are talking about. They use nuclear energy. And the best way for us is for us to go for nuclear energy in the country. They say France is even exporting nuclear energy to Spain. So why can't we have nuclear energy and export? Yeah, so we started the nuclear energy project. He took me to Korea, we negotiated for it. We went to France, and we appointed Ochiro Ayako to be the head of this project, because then he was the previous minister. And I think the project is still running, but it has not materialized fully, because by now we should have nuclear energy in the country. Then he came up with an idea of kerosene-free Kenya. He said it was very easy. Instead of using mafuta ya taa, why don't we get solar panels? So during the day, you put the panel outside the house, and then it gets power. You can charge your phones. There was even a cooking demonstration in Moranga women making a very with the Sora. Yeah. So, in addition to pioneering democracy, I think Raila was also the pioneer of green energy, in this country. He was a very forward-looking person. Then, 2010 Constitution. Actually, Raila was the driver of the 2010 Constitution. And now that we are working together on both PNU and ODM, it was easy. So he appointed Anyang' Nyong'o and Janet Ongera into the referendum secretariat. And then I worked with Anyang' Nyong'o from the PNU side and Professor Kawanja. And so we are the ones who were in charge of that campaign. We drove it. Raila started, but he got unwell. I think we were campaigning for the constitution in Nairobi, in Damu Estate. But after he got unwell, we continued the campaign with Kibaki. And because the two contestants were now working together, it was easy to deliver the 2010 constitution. Unfortunately, the church and the current president who were against it at that particular time. But we won. The constitution has opened space. It brought in new ideas about devolution, inclusivity. Actually, it's the most progressive constitution we have in Africa today, because we even looked at the South African constitution, and they decided, to move a bit higher than the South African constitution. Now, because I don't want to talk forever, let me deal with an aspect about Raila, the enigma. Raila has been in every government. He tried the elections very many times, many disputed, but Raila always emerged with a lot of popularity, even after the elections. And there is no government which could rule in Kenya without support of Raila. So he had to support. Moi could not rule without Raila. Kibaki could not rule without Raila. Uhuru could not rule without Raila. And even Ruto cannot rule without Raila. There are very many people who have gone out, especially among you in social media, saying Raila is a traitor, he has betrayed the people, he has perpetuated status quo. I want to tell you, whenever Raila was, his mission was one. Just like he had gone to dismantle Kanu. He got into every regime with an idea of moving the reform forward. He never abandoned, whatever situation he found himself. Even now, with Ruto, he has a 10-point agenda, isn't it? Is that not a progressive agenda? So, if, for me, say anything else, but we shall always remember Raila for his patriotism, his fight for freedom, for constitutional electoral reform, and inclusivity. Now, as I sit down, we at the Center for Multi-Party Democracy are worried about the trajectory of our democracy. We seem to have made 2 steps forward and 3 steps backwards. We know people are angry. The elections themselves have actually become a threat to democracy, not only in Kenya, but in Africa. And you can see the youth have given up. They are united. Their chemistry and the regimes are wide apart. That's why they are declaring themselves partyless, leaderless, and triballess, everything less. We have been trying to follow that trajectory. And sometimes very good intentions can also take us backwards. We have seen, for example, the Gen Z revolution in Madagascar. Very progressive in what they are talking, but because of that leaderlessness, because of partylessness, they create a governance vacuum, which is occupied by the military and the other conservative forces. So, although we are fighting for multi-party democracy, we feel this could also be a threat, because we can take the country back to where it came from in 1980s and all that. So as you are debating, my friends, please let us engage with the young people and let us see, whereas their demands are legitimate, can we find a way of sustaining, those demands? One way that we can continue with Raila's dream is to make sure that this country will never go back to dictatorship or military dictatorship through any form. I think for me, that is the message I could have. And I think if Raila was alive, he would fight, he will continue fighting to protect and promote the gains of democracy in this country. Long live Raila.
Long live.
Thank you very much. I would like to request you to please appreciate the Honorable Kirito Murungi just once more. Thank you so much. My colleague didn't do the introduction properly because he was running. He's rushing out of time. I'm preparing the band because you are going to welcome Mheshimiwa. But to sort of just prepare the ground. The Honorable Kirito Murungi, as he told you, he went to Shimoletewa, and this I was picking up from the history books. He was among those crazy, brave lawyers who would represent people like Raila, specifically Raila. They went and they represented him. He was a young advocate then. I think he was also teaching at the university. You can tell that from the way, he's got this slow burn. When ukichapwa nyahunyo na intellectual, they do it slowly, very, very gently, but it lands. So, like that thing he said about being partyless, it's landed in a very uncomfortable place, but it's a true place. Kirito, I met the Honorable Kirito in my youth. He probably doesn't remember that. He was preparing a manuscript called In the Mud of Politics. And I've always used that as a sort of guidepost for understanding him. Because he engages in politics almost as a mission of necessity. Because I think he's more on this side, he's more on the human rights side, and the politics, he does it as pragmatism. And if you go into beyond politics, conversations with him, an Odyssey in Politics, those are books that, show some of his thoughts. You see that he's very, very deliberate about how he thinks about this country. Of course, he was our first minister for constitutional affairs, and so created the architecture and the movement for reform. And so you can see that. And of course, I didn't know the story, Mheshimiwa, about Mandela. I'm learning some of those things in the Nyeri one. I didn't know about them. Please, we are very grateful that you are able to be vulnerable and to speak about those things. We need that record to be complete. He's a founder, as I mentioned earlier before we walked into the room. He's one of the 5 founders of the Kenya Human Rights Commission. They founded this commission in exile because you couldn't register a civil society organization in this country. And they had the foresight. They had the foresight to say, if we are going to do this separately, we are going to be hung separately. And we have to find a way of doing this together. And I'm saying that as a way of sort of just tying it together with the logic of organizing around political parties, which is, I think, the thrust of what he was saying, which is that our individual agency is important, but it's also important for us to organize in groups and in movements and in parties. We probably remember him more recently as the governor of Meru. But before that, as I was saying, he was Minister for Justice and Constitutional Affairs, and he moved very big pieces in this country. He moved very, very big pieces to just help us to reset. Some of the books I've had the privilege of looking at, which are coming out soon, I edit in my nightlife. Some of the books that are coming out soon is that you will know that was one of the people who was figuring out how to do how to retire the Golden Bag Ghost. So set up the Golden Bag Commission, set up the Ndungu Land Commission. So then you can see how it dovetails with the life of Raila Odinga and the struggles that he was doing. So if you're actually looking for a compatriot, I think both Raila's admirers and his family have a true friend in Kirito Murungi, and we see that friendship in the convening of this forum. Thank you very, very much. Of course, recently, I don't know if he's still there, but until recently, he was also a commissioner of the Kenya Law Reform Commission. Obviously, I have to tell you this, as somebody who has pretended to teach at university, he went to Harvard. So, the band, 2 numbers. 2 numbers, as we prepare the Honorable Winnie Odinga, I hope that's sort of fair warning. If we do some 2 numbers, then, play something she likes. Yeah. Thank you very much.
I think we'll start with one that Baba really loves. And one day, in a very honorable space like this, he just called upon us through one of our comrades, Gevuku, and asked him, please, can you sing the original song of Mambo Ni Yale Yale? But because of the many political contexts that have happened in the country, so we keep changing our songs to suit the times. So we didn't have the original lyrics then, because we keep on changing just to go with the trend. We want our songs to be trendy and to everybody to feel part and parcel of that. So we're going to sing the original version of the song Mambo Ni Yale Yale. Njidi, I know you love this song as well. So, yeah, so here you go. Ni yale, ni yale, yale, mambo ni yale, yale, ni yale, ni yale, yale, mambo ya ukoloni, ni yale, ni yale, yale, mambo ni yale, yale, ni yale, ni yale, yale.
Bring it down, bring it down, bring it down, bring it, Sophie. We cannot sing and people are sitting. This is reggae. And Baba said nobody can stop reggae. Take it from the top once again. Toward you. Weka kidole juu namna hii. Twende. Joey. Yale yale mambo ni yale yale mambo ya ukoloni ni yale mambo ni yale mambo ya ukoloni mambo ni yale watu wetu wa kila mahali na yote kwa makombo wanayotupiwa na wadhalimu wanyonyaji walimo nchini mwetu kama ile. Yep. Greetings in the name of the Most High. Joey. Tunanunua kuni kutoka misitu yetu, tunatiririkwa na jasho katika ardhi yetu, na faida ni kwa wadhalimu waliotukalia mapato ya jasho letu. Hadithi ile ni yale mambo ni yale mambo ya ukoloni ni yale mambo ni yale mambo ya ukoloni. Chakula chetu wa Kenya tunatolea jasho, chauza kile kizuri tunatupiwa mabaki, ambapo ingekuwa na tule kile kinono. Chakula chetu wenyewe tunachotolea
Adungosi,
Mama ile koitale jem
karaoke,
modoni mekati na sasa jenzis wetu
je ni yupi mwingine?
ni yale yale
Mambo ni yale yale.
Ni yale,
Ni yale yale. Mambo ya ukoloni.
ni yale
ni yale yale, mambo ni yale yale, ni yale yale,
Debo.
mambo ya ukoloni. Tutavunja vunja vunja vunja, tutakata kata, tutabonda bonda minyororo ya wadhalimu. Hey, tutavunja vunja vunja vunja, tutakata kata, tutabonda bonda minyororo ya wadhalimu.
na tu pamoja na nyinyi
Tu pamoja nanyi,
kina kama
tu pamoja nanyi,
mama
tu pamoja nanyi, mashujaa wa Kenya.
pamoja na nyinyi
Tu pamoja nanyi,
kila mtu
tu pamoja nanyi,
wa Kenya
tu pamoja nanyi,
wa Kenya
mashujaa wa Kenya.
Yelele ya
Ya ya ya ya ya ya ya ya.
oh ya
Ya ya ya ya ya ya ya ya.
Yelele ya we
Ya 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 ya. Ya 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 ya.
ya we
Ya 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 ya. Ya 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 ya.
kupigwa rungu
Webaki nyuma sitwaenda na haki.
kupigwa rungu
Webaki nyuma sitwaenda na haki.
hata mateso
Webaki nyuma sitwaenda na haki.
mateso
Webaki nyuma sitwaenda na haki.
Yelele ya we
Ya 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 ya. Ya 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 ya. Ya 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 ya. Ya 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 ya.
simama wewe
Simama 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 imara. Simama 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 imara. Simama 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 imara. Simama 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 imara. Ya 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 ya. Ya 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 ya. Ya 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 ya. Oh. Ya 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 ya. Oh, pamoja we.
pamoja twashinda
Oh, pamoja.
pamoja twashinda pamoja we pamoja twashinda
Pamoja twashinda.
Yelele ya we
Ya 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 ya. Ya 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 ya. Whoa.
Five says, thank you. Thank you very much. You remind me of my youthful years. I hope you're all settled now. And I like the way that we are all managing the time so that we are not in a rush. I think we want to be able to listen to one another. The estate of the Right Honorable Raila Odinga is so large that, you know, even if we were to fight over that inheritance, we would not finish it. Everybody sort of takes a part, so much left. And the memories, I mean, there are things I'm hearing today that I have not heard anywhere else. So I am preparing the Honorable Winnie Odinga to come to the stage. So I'll just tell you one small anecdote. I don't know her personally. I've seen her in public. I think there was a slight moment there. We almost met in just before the 2017 election. And the little I know about her is that I think being, in terms of the birth order, being where she is in terms of the birth order, she probably was the one who, I don't know if felt or extended or mirrored the compassion of Raila Odinga. I think mirrored is probably the right word. She mirrored the compassion of Raila Odinga more than everything else that we see. Was this complex mosaic of things we all saw and took away whatever it is that we wanted to take away. But the 2013 election was particularly difficult in terms of how it panned out, how it ended, went to the court decided it's not listening to some of the evidence. And I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but from the little spaces I've occupied, the person who actually nursed Baba back to be able to contest 2017 is Winnie. It's something that a lot of people don't know. We don't give her flowers for it. We don't give her credit. We just look at her as the last born. But actually, the person who kept Baba's diary, now I can reveal, the person who kept Baba's diary and made sure he was now on script is like, this country still needs you. And the person who had the presence of mind to see that and to help Baba and say, even if you need me to be your PA, I will do that thing. And she did. In fact, she over-delivered. And so for those of us who sort of have a bit of that, I see Odorwen is smiling, but I will tell you about Odorwen, whom I also know from another life. The things that are unseen in terms of the things that Winnie was able to lift and to do tells us that there was a very deep personal connection. There's a father-daughter thing, but I think there are things that Winnie, the Honorable Winnie Odinga shared with her father. And so she's the absolute perfect person to speak to us about Raila Odinga, the legacy and the family, and how she experienced him. Because she got it. She got it and she got him. And as we are trying to sort of put all these different pieces together, I think there is no one better able to help us to curate that aspect of his humanity and how he was able to channel that humanity into his nation, into his continent, and into his world. I would like now to request you to please put your hands together and bring to the stage the Honorable Winnie Odinga.
Obongo Nyasaye nyakalaga. Nyasaye nyakalaga. Ikawa Gwambo, ikawa Raila Winnie. Obongo. Amolo. Amoli yonge. Kirito Murungi yuak. Jerika beberi yuak. Amolo pinduto yuak. Obongo. Joey.
How'd you go after that? A lot of times I hear politicians, when they introduce themselves, they say, my name is Honorable so-and-so. And I always say, no, you are not born with the name Honorable, it's just a title. My name is Winnie.
and I am so very honored to be here in front of all of you today. People I've looked up to my whole life, I've learned from, I've respected, and that have helped shape and move this country forward. So thank you very much for having me here today. I didn't know that today was in honor of Raila Odinga. The letter I was sent was give a speech kind of about him, but I didn't know the whole thing was about him. So if my speech is a bit off, I'm going to try my best. First of all, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, political titans, stalwarts of civil society, and a special shout out to the future leaders in the room, the young Kenyans. A very good afternoon to you all. Before Honorable Kirito left, I wanted to tell him a story. Honorable Kirito actually knew me before I knew him. I was in kindergarten here in Nairobi, and all of a sudden, the students stopped calling me Winnie. They started calling me Winnie Odinga. And that thing used to irritate me, because they also used to say it like that. And shortly, I found out there was another Winnie in the other class. But we didn't know who this Winnie was. So one day, my mother was picking me up, and Kirito himself came to pick up his daughter. And my mother said, "Oh, you're Baba Winnie." And he said back, "Yeah, so you're the Mama Winnie." And that was a very good friend of mine. Her name is Winnie McKenna. Today we gather not just to reflect on the legacy of the late Right Honorable Raila Odinga, a man who not only dreamt of democracy, but was also brave enough to wake up every morning to fight for it. In honoring Baba, as we fondly called him, we're reminded that he had a rare quality of being both profound, but yet approachable. He had that unique ability to challenge a great dictator and charm a drunken cat. I always thought he must have had a hidden career as an acrobat, because he would leap effortlessly from an office to dancing in stage in a matter of minutes. On this International Human Rights Day, our theme is all human, all equal. It's a very beautiful sentiment when we shout it from the rooftops. However, I often wonder how many of us truly integrate it into our lives. Now, let's be honest, sometimes we forget that all humans are indeed equal, especially in this country when it comes to simple things like queuing up for services or prioritizing whose voice matters when it comes to decision making. Our democracy should reflect this ethos, and yet, as we semi-joke about it, we must acknowledge the serious tensions currently simmering beneath the surface of our nation. I call it, we're going through a crisis of generations, where young people are not being allowed to define their future, and older generations seemingly switch the goalposts whenever we get near it. I feel we have a crisis of culture, a crisis of religion, of tradition versus technology, sort of war in our society. We have a society where men and women still are not quite equal, even when we talk about that. Where a young woman from Bondo can ask a simple question in Mombasa, and they say it's disrespect, but a man can ask the same question in not as polite a manner, and they say it's leadership. See, the Kenyan youth do not live in Kenya. My mother, she watches the news. We always joke the only thing she watches is the news. I, on the other hand, never watch Kenyan news. I'm physically present in Kenya, but I join my colleagues online. These young people are exposed to a world where they are told they are enough, that they are smart enough, they are strong enough, and what they say and think matters. When some of you have an issue with your phone, you always ask a young person around you to fix it. They do it in 1 minute. I'll tell you today, that thing irritates them. Because that's not all they are good for. They can do many things in 1 minute that may take you a bit longer time. So we need to give them a little bit more space. In 2025, we have witnessed a kaleidoscope of events. youth-led movements demanding accountability. Our regional neighborhood here is not quite like us. There's been public outcry for reforms and a palpable sense of fatigue with governance that feels more like a game of musical chairs than a platform for true participation. But fear not, for the absence of change is where inspiration begins. And that is precisely where Baba thrived. He believed that passion could shake the walls of our political history, challenge the status quo, and remind us that democracy is not just a political system, but a way of life woven into the fabric of our society. Raila Odinga was a man who understood that leadership was derived from the will of the people and not the will of its leaders. He used to say, leadership isn't about a title. It's about showing up every day, fighting for what is right, and lifting others as you climb. And lift he did. From pushing for multi-party democracy to championing the rights of every Kenyan, he stood firm in the belief that every voice counts. Isn't it ironic, though, that the very people Raila fought for sometimes questioned his methods? Some called him a radical. I prefer to say that he was a dreamer, a visionary who dared to walk where others hesitated because he envisioned a future where no one was left behind. In his memory, we've been tasked with the responsibility not just to dream the future, but to shape it. So what lessons can we draw from Baba's life? First, that change is absolutely possible, but it comes with a heavy dose of courage, persistence, and let's not forget, a sprinkle of humor to lighten those heavy moments. The other day I watched a video of him when he was trying to enter the DCI office. And the officer at the gate told him, I think, Mheshimiwa, you were there. The officer at the gate told him that he can't enter. And Baba turned it into a soap opera. He first tilted his head, raised his eyebrow, and asked, why not? When the officer stood firm, Baba switched gears and started a charming protest demanding access to the public office. That officer did not back down, but neither did Baba. He threatened to rally a crowd to bring down the gate. As I watched this video, I could hear him say three things. He always used to say, procedure first, pressure second, then we take action. Later, as we shared a laugh over the social media storm that followed, he was crying with laughter, saying, you must learn to laugh at yourself. It means you take yourself less seriously. If only we could apply that wisdom at the national governance level in Kenya. In Kenya, institutions work together like a family during a heated dinner. Lots of shouting, some staring, and when all else fails, people storm out to their different rooms. Even the president sometimes admits to us that he feels shackled by the behemoth of bureaucracy. People are often afraid of change. They fight against it. It's like they're protecting that last piece of cake at a birthday party. But sometimes, just a sprinkle of Baba's humor and charm can turn a full-blown war into a friendly game of kati, for example. Let's take that lesson to heart. Let's embrace humor while changing the norms. Secondly, bullets don't bring smiles. We are all human. We are all equal. And I really beseech the members of this civil society to bring the two sides of this divided nation together. And the two sides I'm speaking are not political sides. I'm speaking of the two generational ones. The table that I speak of is not for lip service, but for future planning. Many older generations insist they are building us a house. And the young people are saying, build it, that's fine, but we have some thoughts on the design, because we will be the future occupants of that house. So you don't have to build us a telephone room with a landline. Just give us a Wi-Fi. We'll be good with that. We want to work together in this. But the same principle also comes when you tell them to go vote. And we're talking, people are not registering to vote. Because we've shown them that we don't care whether they do or they don't. So we have a crisis here. And these young people are angry. They're not trying to burn down the house. They just want to be listened to. Some are fighting for inclusion. Some will go to the streets. But the more worrying thing is that most have checked out of the game. They will not participate in a game that is not equal. So we can't have a society like that, where some participate and others couldn't be bothered, or they're too afraid, they'll be abducted, they'll be killed. Even if they vote, it will be stolen. We cannot live in a society like that. Oftentimes, I hear, especially men, they like to say this. They always have an analogy of how Simba, mtoto wa Simba ni Simba, or something, anything to do with an animal, they always say that. You know, and Yani, I don't know what, they always have something. But we are not animals. We're human beings in an equal society with equal members, both male, female, and we both have to participate in society. After all, human rights aren't just policies written on nice paper. They are meant to be lived and breathed. So it's time to swap the lip service for some real action. Let's stop tiptoeing around uncomfortable truths and instead tackle them head on. I think you may have seen me these past few weeks not tiptoeing. When you guys have to put your gumboots and kick through with me. We have to do this armed with wit and grace. Because when we engage in the pursuit of equality with a smile, we not only lighten the load that we carry, but we also invite other people to join the journey with us. After all, who wouldn't want to march towards justice without a sense of humor? Let's make our fight for human rights as infectious as a good laugh. It cannot be bullets, blood, and tears every time. Because if we're going to change this country, then we need to talk. And we might as well do it with a smile. But you guys smile first, you know. Us young guys were not for jokes. That smile is just politeness, not that actually we're joking here. We're also serious. In conclusion, let us celebrate the life of Raila Odinga, my father, your father, his laughter, his wisdom, and his unyielding commitment to democracy and human rights. As we move forward, let's channel his spirit, a spirit that reminds us that the future is bright as long as we're together.
Winnie, thank you. Yeah, you speak very well. You are always inspiring. Even for somebody of my age, I feel very inspired when I listen to you. So the inspiration I think flows both ways. It flows to the youth, but it also flows for the ones who are young at heart. While we are still on the subject of youth, and I was youth for a very long time, my age was not moving. Because, and this is, I have nothing against KANU, but for those of us who sort of arrived in our youth when KANU was in charge, we felt like we were frozen in time and things were not moving. And so for that reason, I remained young for a very long time. I was in my 20s or 30s there for about 20 years. And so because of that, then I associate fully with your remarks, I associate fully with your sentiments. I'm slightly more educated, so I'm not going to say when I was Gen Z. I'm going to invite David Osiangi, the Honorable David Osiangi. He's held many, many positions, but the one that I recognize is, and the reason he's here, is he met the Honorable Raila Odinga when he was a student leader at the University of Nairobi at an interesting time. And they formed a very fast friendship. I happened to be aware of some of the things that Baba was doing with him, and he, went out of his way and decided, I'm going to try and I'll make something out of you. I don't know if he succeeded, but looking at your size alone, I think there's progress. David, 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's hard to come after Winnie. who's my friend and my sister. But I wanted to ask the band, the guys who play, so the keyboardist and the drummist, the sound guys, I don't need them here, I'll be doing this alone. The keyboardist, the drummist to come here next to me, because at the end we will do a thing. Let me stand on the protocols already established. And let me thank the Center for Multi-Party Democracy for thinking about the intellectual side of the great Raila Amolo Odinga. But before I even tell the story of Raila in a short while, I want to especially recognize 3 people in the room. First, allow me to recognize you, Suba Churchill. I do so because in my younger self and as a student leader when I was a young man, saw ourselves in you and hoped we would continue the flame of student leadership that you left behind. And I can tell you, you may not know it, it impacted greatly on us. Secondly, let me recognize Houghton Irungu. As a student leader, while attending what was known as European Development Days, I went to give a speech, and while speaking there as the chair of SONU, Houghton looked at me, called me on the side and said, "David, I think with a bit of mentorship, you're going to be a fine gentleman. I hope I didn't let you down." And he gave me my first job at Oxfam as a governance associate. I later left it and said I couldn't do 8 to 5 and recommended somebody else, and thank you. Thirdly, let me recognize Winnie Kazi Odinga. I call her Kazi because she's not only my sister, she's my friend. One afternoon, seated in my office at Crestwood Marketing and Communications, where we do PR, we had been on phone chatting, and I said, "Pass by," and she came to visit me at Crestwood with her 2 beautiful nieces, then very young. And while there, she said, "David, I think I feel you can add value to the conversations of governance and leadership in the country. I need your CV." And I tried to say, "Okay, I'll send it." She said, "No, that's not how I work. I need it now." It is Winnie who would go and convince Mzee to have me appointed as Chief Administrative Secretary for the Ministry of Trade and Industry. So she was my appointing authority. And also, Odorwen, the legendary, who was my boss and colleague. And I don't want to talk about Professor Larry Gumbe because he's my uncle. I would look like I am doing it because he's my mother's cousin. But on to Raila Odinga. For young people in my time, we grew up looking at this larger-than-life figure. But it was until I was elected the president or chair of SONU, Student Organization of Nairobi University, that I encountered Baba. My first encounter with him was very interesting. I'd been on radio station, and we were at the time, at the very height of campaigning for our constitution. So I was chairman of SONU in 2009. Then this old man called Mzee Odoteko GM in parts of Nyanza had me on radio, rallying fellow young people, talking passionately. And he instructed Honorable Peter Odoyo, former MP for Nyakach and former Assistant Minister for Foreign Affairs, to fetch me and take me to Raila Odinga. And from that time on, I saw a man who was as passionate about mentorship as can get, multidimensionally. Raila Odinga mentored young people by leading from the front. He created footmarks and footprints for us to all see and place our little feet in them, not so they may fit, but much more so that we could see the pathway towards a better transformed nation. Raila Odinga led and mentored by the side. He often would urge us on. He would give opportunities to young people. He would help you execute things he expected of you, because he intended that your being around him was going to be impactful. Raila Odinga mentored by leading from the back, which is coaching. I've shown you the way. I've stood by you and shown you how it's done. He would then now let you get into the deep waters and do it on your own. And we are products of that multi-dimensional mentorship. There isn't any point in our history, as we all know in this room, because this is a room full of the men and women who have transformed this country meaningfully and sacrificially. There isn't a single turning point of our nation that does not have the inscription of the name Raila Amolo Odinga. Whether you want to talk about the clamor for multi-party democracy, as you all know, or whether you want to talk about the birth of the idea of devolution, or whether you want to speak about expanding our democratic space, or even if you choose to go down and see the formation of our constitution, Raila Amolo Odinga, a great and true human rights defender. Sometimes the decisions that are not very popular that he may have made, I opine, were predicated on that very principle, that he wanted a nation where we had rights for our people, up to and including when he sided with President William Ruto on Gen Z. Quams, I'll be done in 4 minutes. So people say, how could he? I say Raila foresaw the possibility of a ruined nation and knew that all these rights we speak about, to education, to free water, to life, to all these things, essentially lose meaning when we do not have a nation within which we can practice these things we so desire. I hold it. I know. And I say it on TV. If there was a man who was ever so libeled in this country, against whom the worst things were said by media and other people, it was Raila Odinga. But maybe you will correct me. Not a single time did Raila Odinga take to court any journalist for saying things that were not true. I say this because while in university, I remember at the very first stages of meeting him, I took one of my fellow university student leaders, a lady from the mountain. I said, because she really believed Raila was this bad human being. She said, David, you know, in my community, we are actually taught that Raila is an ogre. So that if you are not eating your food as a child, you are told, Kula, amanite Raila, kula, amanite Raila sai. And so they indoctrinated a whole region in hating a great man. But as Professor, one of the funny comedians in the Rift Valley would say when we lost Baba, he questioned, are you sure huyu mzee hatujakuwa tukimuibia kura? Raila, for the young people, was a protective father. I saw it firsthand. He cared for the young people. I joined his secretariat. Benson Musungu is here, he will agree, at 26. I joined his secretariat at 26. We were leading the CORD campaign. My brother and boss, Odorwen, was there. And even then, as I made mistakes as a young person, trying to find my forays in politics, he would lead with a firm but guiding hand. David, it's not done like this. Maybe you should think of it like this. But he was also a stickler for the rule of law. You see it in his pronouncements. When he spoke about the Mao, he did it knowing only too well it would be possible that it was going to be his supposed Waterloo. He was going to lose votes, but he stood on the principle of what is right. And recently, sadly, when we lost lives in Elgeyo Marakwet, I saw one of the writers say, this is the effect of us felling trees in Mao. Stood on the right side. He looked at the parliamentarians and told them, I believe that the CDF should be domiciled in county leadership and that members of parliament should be legislators, even when he knew that the song of the withdrawal of Constituency Development Fund wasn't too popular. He did it because it was too right to be ignored. And it is that rule of law that makes my sister Winnie question, where is the law in the replacement of a party leader for the party? And quotes the Constitution, the rule of law. But ladies and gentlemen, as I finish, I also never witnessed a man so magnanimous, with a heart so huge as that of Raila Odinga, who would be jailed by Moi, but would put aside his pain for the purpose of the nation, not self, just as Kirito said. A man who would be insulted by Uhuru as Mogoroki, but would forfeit that as just political talk and form a friendship. A man that would see beyond betrayal. A man that would form friendship with President Ruto, even when they were not bosom of friends, and when he believed his victory may have been stolen. I tell you a story one time, just to express the magnanimity of Raila Odinga. One time, we are in London. He had gone to speak at Oxford. He was being hosted by Mehdi Hassan. When we were done, the ODM people living in London gathered around him. At that time, one of his aides, Jakakimba Silas, who's a friend of ours, had wanted to succeed Otieno Kajwang in the by-election to become senator. And when he saw there was no pathway through ODM, Jakakimba left to run in a different party. But after the elections were done and Jakakimba lost, the magnanimous Raila Odinga took back in my brother Jakakimba. And so the ODM stalwarts in London asked him, Jacom, how can you take back that young man who has betrayed you? And he answered, he's a young man, he can make mistakes. He doesn't even have an earning. What do you want him to eat? And he asked, do you want him to eat your mother? Ladies and gentlemen, today, we all gather here to honor a great man who did not only give lip service in the empowerment of young people. If he was a lip service man, you wouldn't have a prolific example in his own daughter, defiantly standing up for what is right and for the things for which he stood up. May we immortalize him, not by mere words, but by carrying forth each and everything he believed in. Raila Amolo Odinga. Jamaican farewell. Down the lines where the nights are gay and the sun shines daily on the mountain top. On a sailing ship, but when I reach Jamaica, I made a stop. But I'm sad to say I'm on my way. Won't be back for many a day. My heart is down, my head is turning around. I had to leave a little girl in Kingston Town. Sad to say I'm on my way. Won't be back for many a day. My heart is down, my head is turning around. I had to leave a little girl in Kingston Town.
Thank you. You see, I was trying to emulate Raila Odinga by making sure, you don't just do lip service to young people, you actually give them space. Although, David, I think you have passed. You are outside the youth bracket. Thank you. Yes. Thank you very much, David. There's just something I wanted us to see. There's somebody who also wanted to associate with this event, has been a compatriot of Raila Odinga, is called Paddy Onyango. And Paddy was a compatriot of Raila, and just I'm told that when he heard that we are having this event, so that is press coverage. Those are press cuttings of when they were released. If you remember what the Honorable Kirito was speaking about, yeah. Now, when we start talking about Paddy Onyango, I get completely confused because I think there are three that I know. There's Paddy Onyango Sumba, there's Paddy Onyango Elder, and so I'm not very sure since I can't see the pictures very clearly, and I just got is the Elder? Ah, okay. Yes, so it's Elder. Elder has a long history with Baba, and just wanted to make sure that we acknowledge. We are not acknowledging everybody who was in the struggle with him, and not for any reason, but just we would be here the whole night. But we just put that there. We have eaten a bit into the time for the political leaders, and you know, political leaders, the speech is the performance. We live for the performance. We live for the performance. So I'm going to request the people who come to try and discipline the performance a little, so that we allow space for as many people as possible. I can see very many of us are here. I would like to recognize the presence of Joachim Simiu of Safina. I would also like to recognize the presence of Omingo Magara, my friend, former chair of CMD. I'm hoping that the party leaders will have this a section at the end for the party leaders to sort of just give a brief message. But just to enable us to manage that time properly, I know that Professor Gumbe had prepared for this like a professor. But you know, the benefit also of being a professor is that you can also compress. So I am going to request him to also just compress. He has a full paper, but I'm not yet at you. I'm not yet. Yes, I'm working at this properly. I'm trying to follow protocol. Since Professor Gumbe was chair of CMD, it would be remiss for me to raise him before I ask Njeri. So I'm going to ask Njeri, who understands what I'm saying, and as we were told, she made money early. And people who made money early also know the value of time. So she's going to just come and give us a very, very brief, three memorable things that she wants us to remember about Raila, the human rights defender. My sister, from another mother, Njeri Kabeberi. She was executive director of CMD. I don't know were you the first? Yes, she was the first. She was the first CMD executive director and served honorably for a long time. Karibu sana.
Oh, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. I notice as people speak, I think when you have been around for so long, people mix you up with other people, I think, Because when Honorable Kirito talked about me having been rich in Kenyatta's time, I was a student in Kenyatta's time. So I pray and hope that the riches are still coming. But I was a student during Kenyatta's time, so there was no way I could have been rich. But I hope I was maybe rich in the future. He was foreseeing my future. And I hear people saying all sorts of things. So I was told to speak three memorable things about Raila and his human rights defense. That's very difficult. Three for a man like this. But I will still speak on three. But how I have titled it, it's not going to be long. Raila Odinga, the Enigma, a human rights defender's journey. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow defenders of justice, comrades in the struggle, when we speak of human rights in Kenya, when we speak of resistance, sacrifice, and the courage to confront the machinery of oppression, one name echoes through every era: Raila Amolo Odinga. He has been called many things: a rebel, a liberator, a statesman, an enigma. But above all, he has been a relentless defender of the dignity and rights of the people. Today we honor a journey carved through fire, through prison walls, through public defiance. through prison walls, through through transformation, generational transformation. Allow me to reflect now on the three things which I call the legacy will forever stand tall. The fight for multi-party democracy. Shattering the chains of one-party rule, Raila did not oppose the fight for multi-party democracy. Shattering the chains of one-party rule, Raila did not just oppose dictatorship. He walked through straight into its jaws, detention without trial, torture, isolation, and we have heard Kirito talk about that, years stolen, yet his spirit remained unbroken. He rose to confront a system that insisted Kenya would remain a one-party state. And because he and fellow patriots refused to bow, Kenya reclaimed the right to speak, to organize, to challenge power. That victory opened the floodgates of activism in this country, political competition, and civic freedom. Without that fight, without those sacrifices, many of us would not even be standing here today. Then the second one is the 2010 Constitution, a people's shield, born of struggle. Raila will be remembered as one of the fiercest warriors behind the 2010 Constitution. Remember, there was the 2005, and that's how Orange Party was born, through orange and banana. You build a party through fruits, through something called orange, a referendum called orange and banana, but here we are. So what do I want to say about the 2010 Constitution? A defining human rights milestone. This Constitution gave us a justiciable Bill of Rights, independent institutions to check excesses, never mind that they are being abused. But the Chapter 15 institutions are what we must anchor and hold on to help us check the excesses of our state leaders, whoever they are. Protection of marginalized groups and devolution. Power returning to the people. It was not a gift from the state. I think a lot of leaders, political leaders, think it's a gift for us to have a constitution or for us to have human rights. It was won through blood, tears, and resilience. And Raila was at the forefront. Today, the Constitution remains our most powerful tool against injustice, the sword and shield of every defender. My number 3 is the fight against electoral injustice. The 2017 election nullification history will not forget this. When Raila contested the 2017 presidential results, it was not merely a personal fight. I know I'm on time, but I'm being chased on time, but I just want to give one very short sentence. Just when the ruling happened, I was working for Greenpeace Africa, and I was going to a country I had never been to called Kazakhstan. I could not even pronounce it for the longest time as I was telling people this is where I'm going. And I was on the flight now, from the connecting flight now to Kazakhstan itself, and somebody sitting next to me asked me which country, oh, hello, how are you? Which country are you from? Those who travel, you know, there are people who like to talk a lot on the plane when you really want to sleep and keep quiet. And I just said, I'm from Kenya. This guy was a BBC journalist. If the plane is moving, he stood up and he said, congratulations, your nation has done something that has never been done. That was because of this win, which I'm just about to talk about, which I'm going to talk about now. The fight for the nullification of the election was not just Raila's fight. It was a fight for the sanctification of the Kenyan vote. Then came the earthquake. The Supreme Court nullified a presidential election. First time ever, not just in Kenya, in Africa. It sent a message across the continent. People's power is not negotiable. Sometimes we forget these little important things. We may not have won because it didn't go for the runoff, but the statement, people's power is not negotiable. You can try to steal it, but never mind how long it takes, we are going to get it back. Elections must reflect the will of the people. Institutions must obey the Constitution. That moment awakened a new consciousness. that no injustice is too big to confront. Connecting his journey with ours. So now you've had somebody in a land called Kazakhstan is already congratulating me about a win. I was not even living in Kenya at that time. I was in South Africa. So I hadn't even voted in the 2017 election. But it was taken as if, wow, this is a global win for democracy for Africa. So connecting his journey with ours, and let me say this from my heart, as a human rights defender myself, I not only acknowledge, recognize, and appreciate Raila's sacrifices, I understand them. Because this work, this calling, it's not for the faint-hearted. Those of you who are here know who are human rights defenders. It demands courage, it demands endurance, it demands the willingness to stand alone when truth becomes dangerous. This journey is a relay, not a solo race. Each of us carries the torch for a moment in history. Raila carried his with fire, with courage, with defiance. And today we carry ours strengthened by the path he carved. Somebody talked about his boots, his footsteps. Even if yours are little, step into those because there are already footsteps there and you have been shown the direction. His endurance opened space for activism. His sacrifices paved a way for a freer Kenya. The legacy Raila Odinga, the enigma, will forever be remembered. Tearing down one-party dictatorship, championing for the 2010 Constitution, defending the electoral will of the people. This is not a small legacy. This is not a normal life. This is not a normal life. This is the footprint of a man whose story is inseparable from Kenya's struggle for freedom. And as we honor him, let us recommit loudly, boldly, fearlessly to the work ahead. There's so much work ahead, not just for the young people, for all of us as Kenyans. Human rights are never granted. They are won, they are defended, they are protected. Every single day, Raila played his part. We must play ours. And I'm not a poet, but there are 4 lines I have to say. For if freedom is fire, then every generation must bring its flame. And Raila's torch has lit the path. And now it's our turn to burn, our turn to rise, our turn to defend the dream.
Jerry, I love you too. Just channeling that poetry, and we are getting Professor Gumbe to the stage to be a giant, to do giant things, to take giant steps to move the world forward. I will not give you his bio because we are going to limit his time a lot.
Thank you very much. I think you've done a lot of injustice to me. I came here prepared with 17 pages to celebrate Raila Odinga, and now I have to compress it in a few minutes. Okay, my earliest memories of Raila Odinga is when I was about 10 years old. My parents and his parents had been neighbors in Kaloleni, Kisumu. And by that time, we had moved to Milimani, Kisumu. It was after independence, and I knew his younger siblings. And they would always talk about their 2 brothers, one called Oburu and one called Aluo, who were in Europe, whom I'd never met. So when I was 10 years old, I think he must have been on holiday. I caught a glimpse of him. And his 2 sisters, Konyi and Beryl Achieng, said, that is Raila. Those were my favorite people at that time, because Beryl taught me how to dance soul. You know soul music? Shaking your head. And Konyi was the polite disciplinarian one. So I then encountered him for the first time, talked to him for the first time when I was a student at the University of Nairobi. I was studying engineering, and he had been a lecturer in that faculty. So we talked about engineering issues with him, and we talked about politics. And we talked about politics and agreed that the very minimum we wanted in Kenya was to introduce social democracy. So in October I was in my house in Kisumu because I was tired. The day before, I'd been in Siaya organizing for a stand of the Nuclear Power and Energy Agency because there was going to be the Siaya International Trade and Industry Conference. And on the Friday, Raila was supposed to be in a forum with me to popularize nuclear power. Since my student days, we had talked about introducing nuclear power in Kenya. And I was very pleased to have been appointed this year to be the chairman of the board of the Nuclear Power and Energy Agency. And I was waiting for him to come there and we talked to people about nuclear power. I got a telephone call very early in the morning that he had passed on. And it didn't register. In fact, even now, it has not quite registered that he has passed on. But if he has gone, who was Raila? What was Raila? What was his life? What was his contribution? What is his influence? Karl Marx says, men make their own history, but they do not make it just as they please. They do not make it under circumstances chosen by themselves, but under circumstances directly found and given and transmitted from the past. Raila Odinga made history in circumstances defined by history and geography. But great people, those are by circumstances whose boundaries are defined by history and geography. But the great people are those who push the boundaries of history and geography. And I'm convinced Raila Odinga was one of them. I was supposed to come here and talk about Raila and the Constitution, but what was the Constitution of Kenya? What's the context? The political struggles in Kenya started in the 1920s. The Kavirondo Taxpayers Association of Ezekiel Apindi were there. Then the Kikuyu Central Association came in of Harry Thuku and others. And they were agitating for more rights. You remember where now the Central Police Station is? When there was a strike and there was a lady called Mary Nanjiru, she said, men, give me trousers if you are cowards. And that was Raila Odinga. If you are cowards, give me something. So the struggles went on, but the real political party in Kenya was formed in 1944. It was called the Kenya African Union. Jomo Kenyatta came back from Britain in 1946, and he joined Kenya African Union, which was a fairly progressive party, because in the late 40s, it got help from people like Makan Singh, who were in the trade union movement, Chege Kibasha and others. But you know, by 1952, the agitation for rights, the agitation turned into the Mau Mau struggles of 1952. And that changed the dynamics of Kenya. And that changed the position where I was born. My father, my eldest sister was born in Nairobi. But me and my elder brother and me were born in Kisumu. Simply because at the outbreak of Mau Mau, my father was arrested, and therefore he had to relocate to Kisumu. Otherwise, I would have been a Nairobi-born person. By the mid-1950s, the British were now decolonizing Kenya. They were co-opting a new class of Kenyan Africans who would be a buffer between the African masses and themselves. So they had the Swinnerton Plan, which was to create some rural aristocracy of peasantry, and then they got some Africans into Lejiko. Jaramogi Oginga Odinga being possibly the most progressive of the lot. But then, after some time, there were struggles in it. A brilliant young trade unionist called Tom Mboya also joined Lejiko, and by the early 1960s, the Kenyans were taken to a place where they went to negotiate freedom, or they went to negotiate away our freedom. I don't know which is true. Odorwen. Did they negotiate us away, or did they negotiate freedom? So, it's called Land. Kenyatta became our president. But the most significant thing is that KADU dissolved itself and joined KANU. And the right-wingers in KADU went to reinforce the right wing of KANU. And there was a very bitter struggle. And the first casualty of this struggle was Pioga Makinto, who was shot dead here in Westlands in February 1962. In 1966, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga was forced out by the right wing headed by Tom Mboya in Limuru conference. Jaramogi did not take it lying down. He went and formed a left-wing political party called KPU, Kenya People's Union. I think it is, until recent times, it was the only political party which was openly advocating for socialism. Right now, we even have a few communist parties. But that struggle was carried out at a time when KANU, and now KANU reinforced with KADU, mutilated the constitution. They removed the little devolution that there was. They removed Senate. They removed many things which were happening in the country. And it went on until towards the end, KANU centralized education. Julius Okara, strong to serve. You know that when I went to school, the schools were owned by the county councils. Education was more or less devolved, but it was centralized later. So, now let's go to 1969, when the political party in Kenya more or less died. Tom Mboya was shot dead on the 5th of July in Nairobi. The further incident was that Kenyatta came to Kisumu, and I was one of the small students who went to welcome and sing for the president. And when some chaos broke out, our headmistress, Mrs. Tejpa, took us into the middle of Kisumu because there was shooting going on. There is a young boy from my school called Alnud Daya. His father, Abdul Daya, was the deputy mayor of Kisumu. He was shot dead about 400 meters away from where people were fighting. And John, who was a servant of our neighbor, was shot dead at Jubilee Market about 4 kilometers from there. After this incident, Jaramogi was detained, KPU was banned, and therefore Kenya entered a period of one-party de jure rule, which went on denouncing the government openly and saying that, who are these Marxists they talk about? If they are Kenyans, they also have a right to rule. On the Sunday morning, we woke up to the radio telling us that we had a military government. And after that, Raila was detained. He remained there for 8 years. Many things happened in the world. By 1989, the Eastern Bloc was collapsing and multipartyism was coming. So finally, Raila was released, and he came out and struggled very hard for multi-party democracy through Ford and other political parties. Multipartyism finally came in 1991, December 1991. We got the 1992 elections, and Moi, with less than 30% of the votes, was elected president. Another significant thing which happened is in 1994, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga died, and there was civil war in Ford, Kenya, and Raila rose to prominence and finally left Ford, Kenya, went to the National Development Party, resigned from the party. He did not support one party as they are doing now while still in another party. He kept good hygiene. He resigned from Ford, Kenya, joined National Development Party, won his seat in Langata, and then went and formed some cooperation and alliance with Daniel Moi. Then we started agitating proper for a new constitution. We had always wanted one, even with multipartyism. It didn't come. But the country went NCC and other people, we agitated until the champion of multiparty, of a new constitution was Raila Odinga. So after the elections of 1997, the cooperation period, parliamentary, it is select committee, PSC, the one Raila chaired, was formed for the constitutional review. The Constitution of Kenya Review Commission was formed. Yashpal Gai was hired, and Bomas started when Moi was still in government. But what did Moi do? He rubbished the whole process. So it became a campaign item for the National Rainbow Coalition. The National Rainbow Coalition was formed after an MOU between LDP and NAK. Raila was the driver of that MOU. What happened that morning, I was part of a team which had negotiated an MOU with Simeon Nyachai's party, Ford people, and Okara's party there. We signed an MOU in the morning in Serena. Then, after signing the MOU, we went upstairs and negotiated with Mwai Kibaki and company, and we walked to an LDP rally in Uhuru Park. And that is when Raila said, Kibaki, tosha. And everything changed. And he campaigned very hard with Kibaki all over. And then Kibaki got the accident. I was in Mwenge House when it happened. But what did Raila say? The captain is there, is down. We continue with the struggle. And he campaigned very hard until we won the elections. Convincingly, I think 63% of the votes, and most MPs were National Rainbow Coalition. Then political immorality entered this. I'll finish in 5 minutes. No, 5 minutes. Yeah, 5 minutes. An MOU which was negotiated and signed in public was denounced by Mwai Kibaki's side. They said it didn't exist. What we had agreed about, the Bomas process started in the new constitution. But then, and I was at Bomas when we were chased away, and then Kivuitu announced. I was with those guys sitting there. You remember that day? The police came, chased us away, then they announced the results. KICC, we are KICC. Then, what happened that time? The country exploded. And that is when CMD became important. I was the chair of CMD, and Jerika Beberi was our executive director. We said, this is our country, we will not let it burn. So we were the first people actually to reach out. And even when Kofi Annan came to Kenya, we were the ones who received him. The first meeting we called of political parties to discuss this issue was almost a riot. They were in two camps and they almost killed each other. But when we called the second, third, fourth, fifth meeting, now they calmed down. Until when we went to other places, they calmed down and things were solved. And as a consequence of that, of the government formed after that, Kenya achieved its highest growth to date in terms of the economy. But we also got the 2010 Constitution. The 2010 Constitution was very good, but it had a few things that I didn't like myself. First, the presidential system. Presidential system is a very imperial system. You see it in Nairobi, but its worst manifestation is in counties. It is something we must think about. The other one is the electoral system. This first past the post in constituencies which are not demarcated wastes votes, and it creates persons who use a lot of money to campaign on geographical basis, insulting people from the other side and so on. So I think we should adopt the proportional representation. That is why I very enthusiastically embraced the BBI process. And we were with it with the ED here, Odorwen, and the ODM proposals to BBI were very good. That we have proportional representation. We talked about policing. Policing should be devolved. There's no need of keeping it central, because you are the ones who know the witches and the thieves in the villages. Education, majorly, should be devolved. Proportional representation is the easiest way in which you can put women and other disadvantaged groups inside there, and many other things, which I was going to tell you. But I have been curtailed, so I'm going to end there by saying Raila Odinga was arguably the most consequential opposition figure in modern Kenyan history, a politician who shaped the country's democratic landscape and popularized the language of devolution and equity in governance. Raila stood as a living metaphor for Kenya's struggle against centralized autocracy, having been detained, exiled, and vilified, yet never silenced. despite never capturing the presidency, after 5 attempts, he remained the loudest voice on equitable governance, decentralization, and inclusion. And inclusion, when Raila was given a chance recently to nominate people to the cabinet, he nominated Oparanya from Western, Joho from the coast, Mbadi, Suba from the south, Wandai from whatever. He would do things like that. Beatrice Askul is my girl, yes. From Turkana and other places. When, soon after that, somebody else was given a chance, where did they all come from? Mount Kenya. Now, Raila championed the transformation of Africa through infrastructure development and industrialization. This, he said, will liberate the masses from hunger, disease, unemployment, and backwardness. Raila's style of politics embraced populistic mobilization. He employed political pragmatism with a willingness to form strategic coalitions across ideological divides to achieve systemic reforms. I am sure that history will judge Raila Odinga kindly. The struggle continues.
Thank you very much, Prof. I didn't know the way, engineering discipline works. In communication, the abstract usually is like 150 words. But now, when we get into your field, I cannot understand. So I yield, that's why we yielded as much time to you. And also, I happen to know the contribution that you made, and I was very, very hesitant. I was very, very hesitant to cut you short. I hope that the paper that you prepared will be made available so that it can also be accessed. Then we can have the full benefit of what you wanted to say, context and everything. I don't want to rush people, but there are so many voices in the room that we want to be able to get here. That day, when the Rift Valley, the Great Rift Lodge decided that we'll go with the presidency, Raila was disappointed, and so were some of us who were. But I was with him at Parkland Sports Club, and that's the day he was teaching me how to drink whiskey. But that's a story for another day. I'm going to invite I'm going to invite Beth Siango, whom I know from another life before. But she's the chair of the ODM Women's League and the vice chair of CMD. And the reason she's coming is because there are things that Raila did, and he would be so far ahead of those of us who are in the campaign for equal rights, feminism, women's voices. So I just want her to come and give her testimony.
I had a lot of interest in politics, and I was following everything happening in the country. And one day, Baba said, women's rights are human rights. I'm a widow, had gone through a lot. And that statement made me think, in this country, there could be somebody who recognizes human rights. Women's rights are human rights. From that moment, I started following everything Baba said and anything that he did. I got more interested in politics. When I decided to run for Mwingi parliamentary seat against Kalonzo Musyoka, my first call to everybody was women have rights as well as men. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, fellow leaders, today we gather not just to mourn, but to honor a giant, a man whose life reshaped the political, social, and democratic landscape of our nation. A leader whose belief in women's power was not theoretical. It was lived, practiced, defended, and institutionalized. Today, we honor our party leader, former Prime Minister, our Baba, the Ninkima, Raila Molo and Odinga. I stand before you as a nominated senator today by Orange Democratic Movement. But more importantly, I stand here as one of the countless Kenyan women whose political journey exists because Raila Amolo Odinga believed in women. Within ODM, there exists a powerful and fight or wing, the ODM Women League. I am deeply honored to serve as its national chair, a position that grants me the privilege of representing women at ODM Central Committee and every other governing organ of the party. Baba's early sacrifices opened political spaces for women. We know Baba is known to have stood by all women political leaders and women who have been given space either by election or by nomination. Baba stood by them. Countless women. Honorable Charity Ngiru, who comes from my county, the late Phoebe Asio, and others, Mother Karua, countless women, Baba have stood with them, defended them, and included them in every position where possible. Baba brought the new constitution that talks about the 2/3 gender rule. Very important. If it were not for that push to have a new constitution, we may not have positions of nomination where I stand today as a nominated senator and others at different levels, from the county assemblies to the National Assembly to the Senate, women getting chance because Baba fought for new constitution which talks and defends women's rights and women inclusion. Baba walked the talk, opening doors for women leaders. I will not say much because of time, but Baba has been the very first one, I would say. You know, the very first presidential candidate to nominate a woman and accept to have a woman running mate. Honorable Mother Karua. If it were not for Baba to show the way, women would take longer to get to senior and leadership positions in this nation. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to say Baba's philosophy on inclusion is justice. Women could be left out, not only on elective positions, but also on appointed positions. I would say, like Professor Larry, our duty is to defend the 2/3 gender rule, women's seats in leadership, women's rights in law, policy, and practice, and the political space Baba fought for. So hard, we must expand it. Let us finish the work he started. Let us build the Kenya he envisioned. A Kenya where a girl's dreams are not limited by her gender. A Kenya where women lead at easy and sit at decision-making table. A Kenya where equality is not negotiated, but guaranteed. In closing, I'll say this. In Kenya, we must know that women and men are equal and can lead. Honorable Winnie, apart from being a political leader and a politician, I'm also a preacher. I would call myself also a seer. You carry the spirit of Baba Raila Odinga. Your agenda will not limit you. Stand firm. Finally, I would say this. Baba believed in the leadership of women from all walks of life. Women who sit at boardrooms. Women who are educated. Women who are exposed, but also on grassroots women. Women from the village. Women who have not gone to school. Women who are mobilizers. Women who may not speak very refined English, But women are women. Women rights are human rights. Long live the legacy of Baba Raila Odinga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Senator. And you know, the Honorable Senator is one of, you know, she's just a living example of the things that she's just spoken about. I will not take a very long time doing the introduction. I am now almost on, wanasema dakika za lala salama. Odorwen is the ideological shadow of Baba. I know that because I read his book in manuscript. It's called Stronger Than Faith. I didn't know he has written another book, which I just bought yesterday, so I will not tell you about it. But he is sort of going to be the person who speaks at this moment now. I will also request him, because I see there are party leaders in the room. I don't want them to sort of lose their mojo for what they had brought us today. So I'm going to request Odorwen, almost honorable, but you know, executive director of ODM, to please come, and if you can do this in 7 minutes, we'll be very grateful. Karibisha Odorwen, please.
I don't know whether I should do them in 7 Maasai minutes or 7 Wazungu minutes. Because 7 minutes to talk about Baba is really a challenge. Viva Baba, viva! Viva Baba, viva! I'm not going to go into honorifics, and I want to disappoint you, because I'm not going to talk about what I was asked to talk about. You know, it's like this story they say of a person who went, these blind people who went to see an elephant. So if you want me to just talk about party leadership and ODM party, I would be like that person who touched the tail of the elephant. And then say an elephant is like a string or a rope. So I decided to set my own exam, and I know I'll fail it. So I've titled my talk, Odinga's Legacy in Defending the Right to Freedom of Association and Political Party Building, because I didn't want to turn this into an ODM affair. So I know you'll excuse me. Secondly, I had intended to read this, but because of time, I'm not going to do the reading of the paper. This paper will be available. I want to talk about Raila Odinga in fighting for freedom of assembly and building the parties. And Raila was driven by this advice from somebody called Vladimir Lenin. And he said, you cannot have a revolution without a revolutionary party driven by the most advanced revolutionary theory. So you will see in Raila's entire life, it's been about building political organization, building political movement, and making sure that we change the country not by exhibition of personal heroism, but working within an organized community. So some people might have said, Raila hops from one party to the other and so on. It's because he believed you cannot change a nation outside an organization. The second thing I want to say about Raila, many people said Raila was born of privilege. By the way, Raila was never in this country when his father was vice president. Because his father was vice president for only 1 year and 3 months. And that time he was studying abroad in East Germany. So if you say this man was raised up in privilege, you are wrong. The other thing I want to talk about Raila is that he didn't start organizing political movement when he became mature to look for presidency or to look for MP position. At the age of between 20 and 25, when he was in East Germany, when KADU had been collapsed, like my friend Larry has said, and the country was creeping back to authoritarianism, now not by colonialists, but by the new leaders we had put in power. That is when patriotic Kenyans like Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, Bildad Kagia, and others decided we must defend this space. And they formed the political party, KPU. Raila, out of his own initiative, that time he was in the leadership of All Africa Student Union, ASU, which about 20 years later, I was privileged also to serve when I was in the leadership of SONU. It's during that time that you became politically engaged. First, not in Kenya, but globally, because he linked up. Although he was in East Germany, he linked up with those who were struggling in the US, the civil rights movement, which are the likes of Martin Luther King and Malcolm X and Stokes Carmichael and others, Miriam Makeba, you can name them. It was also during that time that he decided that he's going to help organize the structures of KPU in Europe. If it was today, he would be called Gen Z. I don't know they were Gen what, but, because he was just around 20. He was not yet 25. So that is where you first trace the involvement of Raila Odinga in organizing political movement. And I want to tell you of something he was involved in at that time, which might sound like in Kenya today. KPU had come out with a manifesto called Azimio la Mwananchi. The English version was called Mwananchi Declaration. Then no printer would touch it here in Kenya. And you know, that time, very few Africans owned printing press. So they went to print the KPU manifesto in London. So Raila had to move from Berlin to London, where the manifesto was organized, was printed, and now how to bring it back to the country. So the way it was packaged, it was costing more than 50 kilograms. And you know the airlines, you can't go beyond 23 kg. So he was asked to pay for the excess. And being a student, he had no money. So what he did was to call somebody who knew Jaramogi, somebody in Germany. He had not talked to him before, but he just gave the airline his number to tell them, this man is going to receive the cargo and he will pay for it. So the airline called, and fortunately the fellow agreed that just bring those things, I'll pay. So that is how the copies of the manifesto left London to Berlin. From Berlin, Raila had to send these copies of the manifesto to Cairo, where there were people like Wera Olonde and Wera Ambido, the father to this girl who runs Infotrak. No, the uncle. Now, from Cairo, they were sent to Entebbe. So it's now from Entebbe that they had to be brought, not by the normal channels, but you know where Entebbe is and where Kisumu is. That is how KPU manifesto arrived in the country. That was Raila engaging in building political movement and political party. Then in 1969, as you know, after what happened in Kisumu, KPU was proscribed. Jaramogi and the entire KPU leadership was, the entire KPU leadership was thrown into detention without trial. By that time, Raila had got an admission to go and do his PhD in the US. But because of what happened, he decided he's going to be with the mother and the siblings. So he forwent that opportunity to go and pursue his PhD. But it was also during that time, because now, although Kenya was still, by law, we were still a multi-party democracy, but you couldn't organize openly. So that is when the underground work began. There's a movement called December 12th movement. And one day when the story is properly written, my friend Jerry will tell you some of the things we did during those days. So, Raila got engaged with other people, progressives. Wakina Ngugi wa Thiong'o, Maina wa Kinyati, Adua Witi. I don't want to name all of them. And that is when, because you couldn't call a political rally, you couldn't organize openly, the underground press started. And because I'm giving only 7 Wakamba minutes, I want to rush. First, they had to use the office of, they had to use the office of the late Otieno Mbala to print pamphlets at night and distribute them. But when now the relationship with Mbala deteriorated, because Mbala had a problem with his sister whom we buried last weekend, so he had to shift. So now the offices of the British Airways had to be used. Joe was the local manager of British Airways. So they would wait. After the flight has left and the office is closed, then would go into British Airways office, reproduce the pamphlets and distribute in the country. That is how the underground movement was working. So around that, what was called Chama cha Ukombozi started, an informal underground organization. That is the forum we used when there was by-election in Karachuonyo in 1979 to campaign for Phoebe Asio. It is the forum that was used to campaign for the late Wangondu Karaoke in Nyeri town and others. Other words, even though political parties were not allowed, political work continued. Fast forward. Then comes May 1982. Then Jaramogi was invited by his friends from Labour Party to do a lecture tour of UK. And he talked on the role of political parties in Africa. And he said it is time Africa states embraced multipartyism because you will stagnate if you continue with one-party dictatorship. And out of that statement, the Standard newspaper, then edited by George Givey, because they wanted to create problems for Jaramogi here, says, Jaramogi says he wants to form a new political party. So now the entire international press, BBC and others went and asked him, it has been reported in Kenya that you want to form a political party. So Jaramogi asked them, what is wrong with that? In fact, we should do exactly that. And that was a signal to some of the people who are in the DTM and CCU, Chama cha Ukombozi. By the time Jaramogi landed here, documents for registration of Kenya African Socialist Alliance were ready. And the process started in earnest, actually, to register a political party. Then on 9th of June that year, the then Attorney General, he was now Minister for Constitutional Affairs, Charles Njonjo, introduced a motion in Parliament to bring in a bill to introduce a clause that made made Kenya one-party state by law. By that time, we had already met with Raila, because when these guys was expelled, these Dave Anyona, they were with Makau Mutua and others. Those of us who are working in the underground with the DTM, the leadership said, you must take positions of leadership. And that is how I went into student leadership at that particular time. And so, within the campus, we were a core of 5 people who are helping organize CASA. In that circle were David Murade, Paddy Onyango, Sia Onyango, and Adongo Konyi. So when Njonjo introduced this bill, the 5 of us decided that on behalf of the student community, we are delivering a protest at State House. And you know, State House and university halls, it's not that far. So I was tasked to go and photocopy the documents somewhere around the GPO. And we had told Raila of what we are going to do. So he told George Anyona that we meet at Serena so that we can tell you something. So Anyona got very excited and called the media at Hotel Intercontinental that I have a very big story for you people. He simply wanted to tell them that students want to take a memorandum to State House. So I was here trying to do photocopying, then I hear this commotion at Intercontinental. Anyona was arrested, whisked, and detained. Our meeting didn't take place. Then, of course, it didn't take long. 1st of August, the Kenya Air Force boys did what they did. And I think the rest is history. Because from then on, after they arrested Raila, charged with treason, withdrew the charge because there was no evidence and detained him. Then Kamiti, Shimolatewa, Naivasha, and Manyani became his home. Every time being taken in there, but he never left that path. The whole paper, I'll share it with CMD. You can read it. Thank you.
Somober. You're supposed to answer. Somober.
Somober.
Yeah. Reading is good. And I'm saying that because I was nodding as Odorwen was speaking, because about 3/4 of what he's saying is actually in his book, Stronger Than Faith. So if you find it, you find a less rushed version of all those events. And Jerry Kabeberi, of course, is named as a co-conspirator. I don't know if you are safe because of a limitation of statute. I want now to walk into the the exciting territory. And so Frank Walukwe, please come and take over so that you can help us to take care of the more exciting political session. Thank you.
It's not that exciting. I think Kwamchetsi is trying to demarcate these roles. We've all heard the speakers. Weren't they enlightening? They were? Wapi makofi ya wale wameongea? Thank you very much for your experiences and for giving us something to ponder about, the things that we are supposed to do. Democracy is the worst form of government, except for all those other forms that have been tried from time to time. That's a saying that I actually heard from the Honorable Raila Odinga himself. And I love the way the Constitution starts. All sovereign power belongs to the people, which can only be exercised either directly or through elected officials, right? Representatives of the people. Kindly allow us, there are a few party leaders in the House. As we finish, I think each of them will take 5 minutes, then we can conclude with a cup of tea, take photos, and give our own stories of how we knew this man called Raila Odinga the Enigma. Let me first allow Bwana Evans Misati, whose docket as the chair of PPLC includes all political parties in Kenya. Aseme jambo, tafadhali. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Bwana Waruke. Let me also say 1 or 2 words, but allow me to stand on the protocols as observed earlier. My name is Evans Misati. I'm the national chairman of PPLC. Mine will be very, very short because I see people have sat here, they have got tired, and then most of the people have gone. Now, as PPLC, I've seen most of the political parties here, and we have heard the history of how people have served in the past. And as leaders of the political parties, now we have what we call PPLC, which is a statutory body, to ensure that the gains we have done as a country, we embrace it and we move forward. The other day, we were with High EPC, and the High Chi and DCIL came there, and we are engaging them on how they conduct themselves during the by-elections or during the general elections. I saw a book here which was capturing a number of injuries and deaths just coming from political violence. We have come of age as a country, and I think given that now we have the statutory Section 38 of the Political Parties Act, which gives us PPLC, Political Parties Liaison Committee, which is a tripartite body. If ODM, UDA, KANU, and Jubilee, they have issues, let us come to the table and address them with the election management body. Because the moment we start saying that as a country, we start blaming each other of goons. So and so goes to the media and say the goons are disturbing elections. And the other one says the same. If we don't come together and agree on the business of the game, we will be lost together. Finally, let me put a call to the political leaders. If you do not come to the plenary where we make decisions, where we agree the business of the game with the IPC, don't blame anybody, because we have agreed now with the IPC that we'll have to, as a plenary, as political parties, we agree on the rules of the game. So if you don't send a representative who is able to commit the party, do not blame anybody. Because as we move forward, there are so many blame games around. And we'll now engage the election management body on agreeing how to move forward. It has never happened before in Kenya. When we hear about the chamber, the tortures, the Moi time, but now at least the IEC can come to listen to the political parties and agree how we are going to deal with it, which is at least, those are the gains we have done. But unfortunately now we don't have the Raila who used to defend us, because Raila used to be the one to defend almost all the political parties. When alikuwa na nguruma, at least the election management body inafanya nini? Inanyamaza. Now we don't have him. We have to come forward as the party leaders to agree how we are going to move together as political parties. I don't want to say much, but as we move forward, I have seen something going around the media about the by-elections that have just passed. I saw the Kenya Human Rights report yesterday. It's a worrying trend. But towards 2027, if a mistake has happened, let us all together agree that IPC must do this, not the blame games. Asanteni.
Nice and short. Thank you very much, Chair. I heard Winnie Odinga say procedure, pressure, then action. Mulisikia hiyo? Very good. Let me call Honorable Jeremiah Kioni, the Secretary General of Jubilee, aseme jambo. For ruling party.
Naona kama kila mtu ameenda, hata mimi karibu niende. Na there is a lot we would have said if we started a little earlier. But I have been very pleased with what I've had. I think ED ODM has spoken on my behalf. Raila supported Jubilee when we were being kulikuwa na mpango mkubwa ya kuhakikisha kwamba tumemalizwa. Yesterday I was told that 100 million shillings had been put aside to ensure that Jubilee is not a party anymore. And if it wasn't for Raila, I would not be standing here. He stood with the Jubilee Party. And even when you were attacked on the 16th of February, I think 20, by goons, he sent people to help us, and he personally came to our office to start with us. Kwa hivyo, kama kuna mambo mengi tunaweza ongea, that is something. I didn't quite understand where you are coming from, PPLC. Because Raila will not sit to listen to people who are ready to steal kuras from him. Lakini, I don't have time. But after the 2022 elections, Raila gathered us in Mombasa. And what he told me, or he told us, I will tell it another time, when there will be time. Thereafter, we were seated at Joff. Again, he told us, it looks like we are about to remove William from State House. And the questions he asked us, and what he told us, Again, I'll tell you another time. Then one of us said, but the army can take over. What he did, I'll tell you another time. But long live the spirit of Raila.
I feel like donating another 10 minutes so that we are told this thing now. Ungetuambia at least moja ya mwisho, what he did when he heard that the military will take over. Finally, allow me to invite our last speaker of the day, who is the former chair of CMD Kenya, Honorable Omingo Magara, aseme jambo kisha tufunge. Asante.
Thank you, moderator. I'm Jambo, officer observed. My name is Omingo Magara. It is very difficult to speak after big and senior, educated, experienced people like Njeri. Everybody has spoken. But allow me to say one or two things. I served Raila Odinga as the first national treasurer of ODM. And the reason why I think my resilience today stands out, and the party we built, Odorwen, you were not there then, I think you were somewhere else. The party we built on the foundation of the principles that I believed in, it is still as strong as it is today. How I dream that many parties would be like that we can be able to listen to people's wishes and actualize them. This man, Raila, allow me to say three things about this great man, Raila. Simply said, a Democrat and a Social Democrat for that matter. Wonderful man. Unajua Raila used to listen to people. People were wondering, why is this man so popular? He was speaking to the hearts of the people. Before you go to Kisi, he'll do a scan through and say, what is it that's hurting our people on the other side? When he speaks, you could see euphoria. But some ujamaa ati yako na mashetani. Alikuwa anaingiza watu, yani ile roho yao inachemuka. That's the man we are talking about, Raila Odinga. A resilient man. Jamaa anatuangwa paka anatolewa hata makucha inangolewa katika cell. He never gave up. This man, Raila Odinga, my friend. This man, Raila, had dreams that he would never set aside. And he lived to actualize most of them. This great man, Raila Odinga. I see many people, and for sure, somebody said here, those ones who are vilifying Raila are the ones he built, unfortunately. Thankless human beings. They're the ones who are vilifying Raila. Let me say this for all of us who are sitting here today, nyinyi ndio mlikuwa mnaaja na mambo ya Raila, because we want to listen to every bit everybody said about Raila. Thank you so much. Clap for yourself, those who are sitting here today. Wale wameenda, they are political tourists, I could call them. But most finally, and this is very important, we have had everything good about this great man. Suba, Churchill. Yes, we have listened to it, and people have recited so emotionally about it. It will go all to naught if all of us don't live that legacy of Raila Odinga. And when I hear a leader pretentiously shedding crocodile tears and saying, I love this great man, he saved my government. Shamelessly, when he's dead, you can say, yeah, he's the only one who would have beaten me. If I were him, I would say, yes, he has given him space to implement, activate, actualize what he believed in. You don't say he's dead now, you can beat everybody. I would say he's passed on, but I'll carry his torch. That tells you we're hypocrites in the real sense. Yes, he has passed on, but are still a young people dead and accounted for today. That's what Raila stood for. People are saying, if he was here, tungesema resist payment of stupid, impossible taxes that cannot make sense. You imagine, friends, Julius, yani, I take empty land that belongs to myself, I take your money and build for you, and I sell that house to you. Surely, how worse can it be more than a car as Abnuasi? Do you know the story of a car as Abnuasi? Abnuasi alipewa sufuria moja kubwa. kwenda kupikia. Ikakaa, akaletea mwenye sufuria kasufuria kadogo, akapokea. Ati sufuria yako imezaa. Do you know the story of Noah? Those ones were old enough. Sasa mwenye sufuria kangoja sufuria irudi, akaambiwa sufuria haijakuja, akaenda kutafuta, akaambiwa jamani, si wao ulipokea sufuria mdogo hiyo sufuria ndogo si ilizaa? Ndio. Kizaacho ufa. Jamaa alikosa sufuria yake. That's abunwasi for you. That's a new term for some of our leadership today. You take our land, our money, build and sell that house to us. Can I tell you the truth? I don't know which account that money goes to. And we're saying we're leaving Raila's legacy. How I would want to pray that the blood of Raila Amolo Odinga's, the pain of Raila Amolo Odinga, the blood that was shed to liberate this country and give people equity and fairness and justice, surely, if it's to live on, we must leave that legacy. And if we are surely believing this man here who's gone past, we must leave his legacy. The Bible, the Christians will tell you, the preachers will tell you, every moment you commit sin, you put Jesus to cruise. Every time you don't give people their rights and kill their children, deny them jobs, you actually putting Raila back to detention. And all of us have got a responsibility. We can't pretend we have a tall order. By the way, friends, those democratic fighters, the liberators, we're actually almost going back, negating all the gains we have got through the pain and loss. Today, actually stealing is normal. Jerry Yawa. Stealing is normal. That is your leadership. And I pray, I don't know where you belong, but sometimes I say in my mind, regardless of what you think about me, we are getting seriously impatient. And I told the IEBC, you have a responsibility not to light this country. The anger in the underbelly of Kenya is so hot that if there's a trigger like this, we will not have a country. But because of what we believe in, all of you seated here today, you have a responsibility. Surprise, surprise. We said we're going to give our young people jobs. The best we are doing is exporting to slavery. And we say we want to be a first world country in a few years, when indeed you actually killing education, which is a natural equalizer. You are not industrializing. You have a dream to make Kenya a first world country, but you are doing a video on air, flying, that I have a dream. It is not your dream. It's a Kenyan dream. Am I talking to somebody? We must dream with you if you think you have a dream. And a leader who says, I have a dream, so the team leader, we better watch him. And I give him a red card. Please, if you care, those ones who are going to vote. This country must change. It will change. God bless you. God bless you.
I think Honorable Omingo Magara would have been a bishop. Dini ya Msambwa. He knows how to speak well. Thank you very much. Has it not been wonderful? Has it not been? Imekuwa siku njema, ndio? I apologize, I did not recognize Bwana Ndwiga from Wiper political party. Asante sana kwa kukuja. Thank you for coming for this wonderful event. Now allow me to close this meeting. There's a lot we can say about the Right Honorable Raila Odinga. The fact that he was the best storyteller I ever had. He always had a story for every occasion. And number two, he always knew each and every part of this country. You could not tell him you come from this point and he does not know a market or a school around that area. I found that fascinating for his age because I met him when he was 70s plus. So I found that very interesting. Allow us to close kindly. Let me welcome one of my colleagues in the board, Bwana Sadiq, to give a vote of thanks. Then tutamaliza na national anthem, and we can socialize outside while we take our tea. Asanteni sana. Thank you kwa kuja.
Thank you, Frank. Yes, so it's been a good day. Most of the powerful human rights stories are often described through the voices and cries and faces of victims, countless victims. But out of those tragic moments, great leaders arise from Nelson Mandela and the anti-apartheid movement, that demonstrated the power of perseverance and reconciliation in achieving human rights and equality for millions. Mahatma Gandhi and the nonviolent civil disobedience that proved that fundamental human rights could be secured through moral strength and peaceful protest. Also to our very own Baba Raila Odinga, who's the son of a soil and father to many. His unrelenting passion aimed at making Kenya a better country and a giant in Africa. First of all, I want to thank Baba. I haven't met him personally, but we've all been inspired as young leaders coming up. And ultimately, all these powerful stories and great leaders have a common thread, and that is they have a conviction that either we are all free together or we are all not free together. And I used to see Baba all the time, on TV. People victimize him a lot, but then he'll always have the strength to look them in the face, forgive them, sit down with them, have a cup of coffee. And I always say I pray for that kind of character, where you can sit down with people who are against you, but then for the betterment of the country, you're able to move forward and build a nation. So with those few remarks, allow me to give special thanks to the board and the Secretariat of CMD, led by our very able chair, Honorable Kirito Murungi, and our ED, who also away on a trip, Mr. Frank Kwanja. CMD political party members and the leaders present, partner organizations like Uchaguzi Platform. Special thanks to Honorable Winnie Odinga for the appearance and also representing the Odinga family. Longtime friends of Baba, collaborators who are also present here. Our esteemed speakers who've been given the venue or rather the platform to speak to us about Baba and the amazing stories, so that we never forget what he stood for. Special thanks to the MC, Mr. Makoha, supported by my colleague, Honorable Frank Walukwe. The performing bands, Tamasha and the 5 Cs, the media crew, and everyone who's present, thank you very much. And let's not forget that fighting for human rights is not a preserve of Amnesty International or the Human Rights Commission. It's our duty, all of us. We see a lot of human rights issues around us every day, domestic violence, marginalization. Let's stand up for all those. Don't make it. Don't wait for Amnesty International to write a report. Stand up and fight for that. So thank you very much. Karibuni chai, and we are very sorry for the delayed time. Santen. So we are closing with the national anthem. Who's going to pray? Okay. Madam Beth Siango, please come pray for us. Thank you.
Yes, we started with the national anthem. Thank you so much. But shall we pray? Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus, we want to thank you. You have been with us for several hours here, dear Lord, thinking and remembering a life of one of your servants, Raila Odinga. Father, we pray that his spirit will live on. Guide us, Lord. Let us be other Railas for this nation. God Almighty, to bring the transformation, the change that we desire to see in this nation. Bless each one of us, oh God, and guide us and lead us in each and everything that we do as human beings who are meant for your work, oh God. We thank you for each one of us. We bless you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. We can now have the national.
Kama wewe tetesi kuwa una lolote hata kazi unae. Unazurura mchana kutwa kushinda kurandaranda mitaani, kumbe ukuwa na uwezo wa kunio la kuniharibia maisha. Heri uniambie ukweli ulivyo kuliko kunidanganya. Nikuelewe vipi babu we, uaminifu wako uko wapi sasa? Nikuelewe vipi babu we, uaminifu wako uko wapi sasa? Wajitangazia kuwa yeye ni mkurugenzi wa kampuni fulani, kumbe anaka kitu usinione bwege baba, oyoyo usinione bwege baba, wakukubali wito wako karubandika, wakukubali wito wako karubandika, haya tena matatizo ya dunia baba, haya tena matatizo sando chunya, oh mama ye, nyatika chimaria, oh mama ye, tonangi sando chunya.
Mimi nikisahau hata mimi najua kwa sababu mimi msahau. Ngoja ni ngumu sana. Ngoja mimi nielewe. Kwanza mimi nikipotea sasa. Mimi nikipotea napotea kila mtu. Nimebeba au ndani ya imagine nisahau. Muziki itakuwaje? Beth ataka.
So, sound. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. Sound. 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, sound, check. Yeah, so. 1, 2, song. 1, 2, song. 1, 2, song. Kind of master. 1, 2, song. 1, 2, song. What to so, Señor aussi, prestigista del keyboardista, crânio mudo. Nataka no koreninda.